in accordance with House Rule 67 and the Governor's Emergency Order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04. This public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to the committee and scheduled in the House calendar for today. And exec session may be held on any bills referred to the committee. No, not going to happen. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously in this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in the meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice on this meeting complies with House rules in RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@ledge.state.nh.us. In the event that the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all the votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. And let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there's anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required on the right to know law. Okay, Keith, you're on.
All right, ready for the roll?
Yes, please.
Representative John Hunt.
I am here and I am alone.
Representative John Petusek.
I am here upstairs in my house. My wife is downstairs and will not be coming up.
Representative Jason Osborne. Representative Keith Ammon, that's me, present and alone. Representative Max Abramson.
Home alone.
Representative Bonnie Ham.
Alone, I'm here.
Representative Joseph DePalma.
Here and alone.
Representative Jeffrey Greason.
Present and alone.
Representative Dawn Johnson.
Here and alone for a change.
Representative Paul Terry.
Here, I'm alone in the room. My wife may be in and out. She is joint owner of the house and she can go wherever she wants.
All right. Representative Christy Bartlett.
I am in my home and I'm alone in the room.
All right. Representative Richard Abel.
I'm at home and I am the only one in the room at present.
Representative Chris Herbert.
You're muted, Rich.
Unmute, Chris.
Home, and my wife is in another office. So.
Okay. Representative Connie Van Houten.
Present, alone.
Representative Tina Fargo.
I'm present and alone.
Representative Joyce Weston.
I'm home and I'm alone.
Representative Jane Bellew.
I'm home and I am not alone, but I'm alone in this room.
All right. Representative Anita Burrows.
I am present. My husband is in the home.
Okay. Representative Chris McAleer.
I am home and I am alone.
All right, that's the roll, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 162 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Petusek. Good morning, Representative Petusek.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Commerce Committee. For the record, Representative John Petusek, Rockingham 6, which is Derry, New Hampshire. I take pleasure in presenting House Bill 162, permitting tastings by liquor manufacturers at farmers markets. This is nothing more than adding the tasting of distilled spirits to the bill, which we processed through twice before with wine tastings and beer tastings. I am aware that there is another bill on the Senate, across the wall that is basically the same thing. And that basically is about it. This bill allows a 1/2 ounce sample per label per person for any liquor, which is a distilled spirit. And that is basically it in a nutshell.
So, Pam, I'm not sure where that's coming from because everybody else is pretty well muted, but.
Right, I did the same thing. I see everybody muted. I don't know either, but I'll keep an eye out.
I'm just worried whether we're getting our wires crossed in the committee room with some other committee, but. All right, so we do have questions and we have Representative Van Houten first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Representative Petusik. I have a question. I'm looking at the bill at the moment, and I'll read you a sentence that is of concern to me. It's the very last sentence of the bill proper. It says such products may be sold at retail at a farmer's market in the original containers. That doesn't sound like a sample to me.
Well, that's not the sample. That is like the other manufacturers which sell bottles of wine, cans or bottles of beer, and they will have bottles of their product which they can sell. That is not a sample. The sample is basically on any of these alcoholic products is to provide some information to the possible consumer on what the taste of the product is. If you can have sales of wine, sales of beer, you should also be able to have sales of distilled spirits.
Okay. Further question?
Yes, follow up if I may, please. Maybe it's just the wording, and I do get hung up on words, and I don't apologize for that because of who I am and my background, but it does sound as though that does deal with samples. I don't know if anyone else sees it that way.
Actually, in the previous sentence, it does say they can charge for samples.
It says may offer samples as provided. But then when it says products sold at retail at a farmer's market in the original containers, that doesn't sound like a sample to me. That sounds like a market.
No, that's correct. In other words, when they're going to bring their regular product with them, and that they're going to sell sample. They're going to open a bottle or whatever, sell the samples or give away the sample. But then if the person who is at the farmer's market would like to take one home, they the old days, well, not for distill, but in the old days with wine, they used to have to go to the liquor store to get it. And we had changed the policy that yes, they can bring whether it's beer and wine now, and this will add distilled liquors, they can bring product with them and sell it at the farmer's market. So the term retail may be a little confusing, but it's implied to mean is that no, you wholesale, you got to go through the liquor commission, but that you can sell the product. So for the question.
Thank you. No, at the risk of just being a little bit specific here, it does say, and I agree with what you're saying, and I agree that that's the intent. I don't have a problem with that. But the previous sentence says may offer samples, and then it goes on to say such products. I suggest that there might be some wording that would be looked at there, because I do understand the intent of the bill, and I was part of the commission from which this arose. So just to throw that out, I do believe it's ambiguous, and that's just me.
So you're saying such products, so you wouldn't say such distilled liquor? Rather than saying
that would probably be, that would probably be a better wording. If anyone agrees with me or disagrees with me, I'll be happy to simply back out of this conversation and let it continue without me. Thank you very much.
Okay, you can put your hand down. And Representative Bartlett, you were next, but I don't.
Sorry, I lowered my hand.
Okay, great. Next is Representative Herbert.
Unmute.
When you say at retail, my question is, is when you say sell at retail, is the State Liquor Commission going to be able to gain a income as when they sell there?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And Representative Burrows.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Just as a quick one. Under current law, would the farmers markets be required to take ID from people to ensure that they're of legal age? Particularly, I'm more concerned about the takeaways than the small samples, but will they be taking ID?
So, yes, go ahead, John.
Typically, yes. I am on the board of directors of the Dairy Farmers Market, and we have beer and wine tastings at our markets. And yes, the answer is unequivocally yes.
Excellent.
If you go in, the whole area is roped off, special. You can't even go in the area unless you're like a kid that goes with their parents, and the IDs are checked.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Fargo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this is a good idea to promote local wineries and distilleries and things like that. I think that's really nice, but I don't see anything in the bill that restricts it to made in New Hampshire. So does it mean that any wine or manufacturer from anywhere in the country or anywhere at all could come and sell their liquor, beer, or wine at a farmer's market?
Interesting. There will
No,
be...
the answer is no. The answer is no. The secret is that it says liquor manufacturer.
But it doesn't restrict it to New Hampshire.
That's restricted. You don't have out-of-state manufacturers. They're manufactured out-of-state, but they have a different kind of license.
Okay, thank you.
Also, we're going to have testimony from one of our folks from the Liquor Commission. So if you want to bring that question up, I'm quite sure Mr. Moore will be very happy to answer that question.
Okay, we all set? Everybody set? Okay, Aiden, you're on.
Good morning, committee members. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Nice to see you this year virtually. I wanted to answer Representative Fargo's question and also bring to your attention that at the same time that you're taking up this bill, Senate Bill 18 is working its way through the system, which has an exactly similar purpose for allowing tastings of liquor at farmers markets. One of the things that I think is worth noting is that farmers markets have a great deal of control at the local level. So a manufacturer, whether it's beer or wine or spirits in this case, would have to go to the local community and apply for and get local approval under the terms of which the tastings and samplings were to take place. So that is always part of the process. The concern about having in-state manufacturers was actually raised in the Senate. And as a part of that, the bill was amended there to include language that says a liquor manufacturer that produces less than 10,000 bottles during their licensing year and that operates and produces liquor solely within the state may transport its products to farmers markets and may offer samples as provided in this paragraph. I think the commission felt very comfortable with that and to support the original intent, which is to allow New Hampshire manufacturers the opportunity to sample their products and also preclude.
Go ahead. Was that you, Aiden?
That's the chairman calling me. I think he doesn't like what I said.
I guess on text. Yes.
Yeah. So we would encourage that if the Senate Bill 18 makes its way, that there'd be possibly some reconciliation in the language that would limit the participants to those who produce less than a certain quantity and who are limited to being New Hampshire producers as well. I'm not sure if that's answered your question, Representative Fargo, but I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Okay. Do you have anything else you want to on your testimony, or are you just here to?
That's it.
Okay. So John, you can't ask a question. Okay, Representative Abel, you may inquire.
Yes, I wanted to ask whether liquor manufacturers under this bill whether there's correspondence to, are the arrangements the same for other beverages that the Liquor Commission oversees? In other words, I didn't want to see us have a bill where we had different rules for different categories. Are they all treated equivalently?
Thank you for your question, Representative Abel. The bill seeks to amend the provision that deals with tastings for wine and beverages. So it would be consistent with what exists for the other two areas.
Yeah, if you look at the sentence, you'll see it's just adding on to the sentence already. Yeah. Okay, Representative Fargo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell me what the Senate bill number is again?
It would be Senate Bill 18.
18. Thank you, Aiden.
You're welcome.
And Representative McLeod.
Mr. Moore, do you have any idea how many distillers there are in New Hampshire? That's number one. Number two, if there's not that many, would it maybe make sense to include that same limitation on bottles, but include neighboring states? So that would include Vermont, Maine, and Massachusetts.
I can't tell you the exact number. I can get back to you with that number, Representative, for the exact number of distillers in New Hampshire. I'm not sure that the farmers market, the intent of the farmers market is to promote products from outside of the state. And I think that's Representative Petusik was part of the, and Representative Van Houten were part of the commission on what we'll call, I guess, alcohol tourism. And I believe the intent of the bill is to promote New Hampshire manufacturers versus manufacturers from outside of the state. So I think leaving it the way it is in the sense of who would be eligible to participate is consistent with other aspects of this legislation. So, for example, if you were going to allow it for out of state, then you'd need to go back and change it for wine. You'd need to go back to change it for beer, and that would create probably quite a conundrum for the local communities who are trying to manage this.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony. And I'm going to leave you up, but just please mute so that when you talk to the chairman.
I'll be muting now, sir, and making that call.
But I'm going to leave you on here because you can obviously testify again. Okay, and last up is Jim Demers, who is representing Spirits and Wine Spirits and is in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, committee members. For the record, my name is James Demers, and today I am representing the New Hampshire Wine and Spirits Brokers Association, which is the larger brokers who market distilled spirits and wine to the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. And while this bill applies to small in-state distilleries. We are in support of the version that has been worked on in the Senate. And I wanted to make you aware that Senate Bill 18, my recollection from the work session that took place in the Senate Commerce Committee is that all of the stakeholders were supportive of the changes. And that bill has actually passed the Senate a week and a half ago and is on its way to the House at crossover. So it's already passed the Senate. And as you've heard, that bill made a couple of additional safeguards that aren't in the House version that accomplishes the goals of the small local distilleries of giving them the opportunity to do wine tastings just like local breweries and wineries can do at farmers markets, and to sell their product at those farmers markets. And the changes had, as I mentioned, I think had the support of all the stakeholders. The bill, I really think the bill that's before you today isn't necessary because Senate Bill 18 has been amended and it's on its way to you. So my recommendation would be to ITL House Bill 162 and support Senate Bill 118 when it comes over from the Senate.
Okay, I guess you're neutral. I see that now. I read the wrong column. Okay, any questions of Mr. Demers? Okay, seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony. And is there anybody who is attending who would like to speak? Hands getting raised. So I'll close the public hearing. And Pam sent you guys all the blue sheets so you can see it. If you want to print it, I recommend reducing your printer to tell it to reduce to 80%, and that way you can get everything on the page. And you can see that 18 support, 2 are neutral, 1 opposed, and I believe that's Kate Fry from New Futures who's opposed, but did not want to testify. Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 162. And so the next one's at 9:30. Okay, so we have 6 minutes. Go freshen your coffee.
Okay.
Chairman Hunt?
Yes, sorry. Yes, Craig.
The next two bills seem to me to be related.
They are very much related.
And I mean, one talks to relative to food and cigar shops, the other one relative to on-premises cigar, beverage, and liquor licenses. So it sounds to me as though, number one of them wants to be able to sell liquor, and then the other one wants to be able to also sell food. So I don't understand. There seemed to be
Well, that's why we have a public hearing, so you can.
a conflict of purposes. There are two bills, two different things, but they're same kind of business.
I mean, you could say that, and I know that we did in the past where we try to do piggyback hearings, to, when, and I find it sometimes confusing to do that piggyback thing and try to do things at the same time. I realize it was supposed to be a time saver, but I'm not sure it is. But I think it's more if you have the same people who are testifying on both bills, then you you only have to get up and say it once. But in this case, one is very simple and very small and targeted on an issue, and the other one opens up to be frank, open up a can of worms. So that's why I felt that they should have separate public hearings. But we'll see. That's why we have hearings. That's the next one. Okay. All right, so Jim, I'm going to remove you. And I'm going to upgrade Curtis. And so Curtis, just stay muted. Thanks.
Just so you know, I think that sound that you may be hearing is the air system in the committee room. It just turned off, but they kind of cycle on and off a little bit, and they do sound like a, you know, crowd noise or something, a roar of a crowd for a little while, but that it's gone now, so I'll stop talking.
Actually, I think it's the new air purifiers in the room too, because John and I were in there. They cycled on and off differently than the air system did too.
Right. It's a new sound for us. So, and if you haven't been in the room, you might not know what it is.
Is there any way we can turn off the microphone in the committee room? Because you're right, it's distracting.
We could, but the only way to turn it back on is to run down there and do it. And I know nobody's in the room right now, but somebody could appear. So it's
from our committee?
From your committee. I mean, I know that Representative Osborne came in for the exec last time. So I don't think if it creates a big problem, you know, I can mute it, but I'd prefer to leave it as is, because I think most of the time it's quiet.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if you're trying to talk to us, you're muted.
So there's some black thing sitting on the chair in the back of the room there. Because at first I thought maybe there was somebody there turned sideways, but I guess there's. Did you leave your jacket on the chair there, John?
Nope, I have everything with me.
Maybe that's just turned sideways.
There's a large desktop computer there. They put in some desktop computers. That might be what you're seeing.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure.
Dell is a screen. It could be a screen. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's 9:30. We'll open up the public hearing in House Bill 171 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Petusek. Good morning again, Representative Petusek.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair, and ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed colleagues on the Commerce Committee. I am here to present House Bill 171 relative to food in cigar shops. It's very simple, actually. It removes, excuse me, it says, quote, does not allow cigarette smoking or service. And what it does, it removes service and replaces it with the sale of food, which means if you go to a cigar shop, they may have snacks on the counter that you may partake in for zero cost. Therefore, they're providing but not selling. And that's all this does. And I think you'll agree with me that if you're going to be going to a cigar store or shop, which I don't do personally, but if you do, I know folks that do, they have things there that you can try, and you have your cigar, and as long as you have something in your stomach if you are drinking a beverage, it makes it better for that beverage to be assimilated into your body rather than have nothing as a snack. So that's basically all it is. It changes one word from service to sale and prohibits the sale of food. And with that, I rest my testimony.
Okay, are there any questions from the committee members? Okay, seeing none. This time we'll do a little bit differently. So will Curtis Berry would like to testify to the bill.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Curtis Barry, here this morning on behalf of the New Hampshire Cigar Association in support of the bill. And as Representative Petusik mentioned, it's a very simple change. I hope you all received either by US mail or email the documents I sent with the backup with the statute, which I think is important to get the full context of this. So when the statute was originally passed, in order to make sure that a cigar bar did not become a full-blown restaurant, they put a prohibition in, among other things, that you could not serve food. And what we've discovered is serving food is interpreted to mean, even as Representative Petusik said, offering snacks on the bar, the traditional bar snacks. So what we proposed to do, as a Senate bill last year did, and unfortunately got hung up in the suspension of the legislature, is change one word from service to sale. So now the prohibition would be on the sale of food. We could serve food, which means the cigar bar is allowed to provide a snack on the bar. It's really that simple. There was no opposition last year. I'm not aware of any opposition this year. And just for background, I'm aware, Mr. Chair, I think there are about 12.5 cigar bar licenses in the state currently. Roughly a third of them, I think, are members of our association, and we represent about 13 locations among 5 owners of the cigar shops. Some of them have a cigar bar license in them and some do not. It's really, folks, that simple. I'm happy to answer questions to the best of my ability. But also, Mr. Chair, participating in the committee meeting is Kurt Kendall, one of the license owners. He's got Twins Smoke Shop down in Londonderry. So any questions that I'm unable to answer, he may be able to as well.
Okay, well, I would just let Kurt know to raise your hand if you would like to speak at some point.
Right.
I think we're pretty straightforward here. I only have one other person. Thank you, Curtis. Any questions from the committee members for Curtis? We do. Representative McClear.
Yes, Mr. Berry. What is a snack? I mean, a snack could be anything from a pretzel to a hamburger, a slider.
Sure. That subject has come up in the past, and I appreciate the question. If we go down the road of trying to define what they're going to provide, it gets to be awfully difficult the way you draw a line. I would suggest that if they're not selling a product, right, they're not making any money, they're providing it free, they're really not going to offer something terribly substantial. It's our philosophy is we want to provide something for the stomachs of folks that are partaking in adult beverages. It's really that simple.
Great, thank you. Representative Ham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered, I thought that in order to serve alcoholic beverages, you needed to serve food. And so I'm just curious how the cigar bar can be serving alcoholic beverages without serving a meal or substantial food.
Right. Well, those licenses are the different license types within the liquor statutes. This license type, which is in the statute that I sent around, 17820A, creates a license type that does not require food sale. It does require that, if you look at it, it's 2A in that statute, that the location generates 60% of or more of its quarterly gross revenue from the sale of cigar-related products. So it's similar in that it requires a threshold. They can't just be alcohol and, oh, by the way, sell a cigar here or there. The primary purpose of the business must be the sale of cigars at retail. But then they're allowed this particular license type, which, if I recall correctly, was around 2009, put into statute, allows for the sale of alcohol in a bar setting regulated with these provisions, which include the sale of the retail product, 60% or more, does not allow cigarette smoking, and some of the other provisions that you see in the statute.
Thank you.
All set?
Thank you for the question.
Yes, we'll be talking about that food requirement again in other bills. Okay, any other questions from committee members? Okay, I assume Bonnie, your hand is still up. You just didn't put it down yet. Okay. All right, well, thank you very much, Curtis.
Thank you.
And I will be moving you over. And so last but not least is Aiden Moore from the Liquor Commission, which is neutral on the bill. Good morning, Aiden. Yeah, you're already unmuted, I think, Aiden.
Probably still chatting with the commissioner.
Yeah. He's muted, unmuted, muted, unmuted. I think he's having some technical difficulties. There, Aiden? Maybe not. You might want to have to reboot and get back in again. Oh, that's what he's doing. Okay. Sounds like the machine's like waves. It sounds like ocean waves coming in and out.
A nice way to think about it. A calming
Very
background noise. We're all at the beach.
You don't want to have too much white noise, and then we'll start falling asleep.
Right.
Bring your sunglasses in your book.
I see Mark Armaganian has his hand up out in the
Okay, all right.
Geez.
I will promote him to panelist. And okay, Mark, you can unmute yourself and pick up where Aiden left us. There he is.
How's that?
Great.
Thank you. First of all, I have Aiden on the phone right now. He is having some technical difficulties, so we apologize for that. And I'm sure being a long day today, we'll figure it out before we go too much longer. But first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. For those of you that I haven't had the opportunity to meet, my name is Mark Armaganian. I'm the chief of the Liquor Commission's Enforcement and Licensing Division. And yes, we are neutral on this bill. Also, Curtis stated very well that this particular license type does not have a food requirement, unlike quite a few others. And I leave myself open for any questions that might have been posed with the testimony that was given.
Okay, any other questions for the committee? Yes, Representative Abel is up.
Yes, thank you so much for your testimony. It's good to see you again. I just wanted to make sure that there's no unintended consequences in this bill, that the different licensing costs and so forth, that there would be nothing that would make someone want to shift to a different license because now they could serve food, or I can't see that, but I just wanted to get your assurance that that wasn't the case.
Yep. Thank you, Representative, and you've heard me testify that quite often that there is always an unintended consequence to a lot of these bills that are coming in that are actually touching some of our RSAs. And with this one, I do not see anything unintended. At the same time, this is a license type that at some point we probably have to look at, because we're seeing a lot of hookah bars that are popping or trying to pop up, utilizing this license type, and it's being used improperly. So probably a conversation for a different time, but in full disclosure, no, this would not, I don't see any unintended consequences, but great question. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Beelum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. What is the cost for a license like this for an owner of a cigar bar?
I will get that information for it. And the only reason I say that is the license fees have been spoken about quite often. And I don't want to confuse this license type fee with a fee that we're proposing that's coming down the road. So I probably need about 5 minutes to walk down the hallway here and just verify that I give you the right number. I just don't want.
Yeah, it's not important, but a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Further question, Claire?
In cigar bars, do they just sell cigars?
Yeah.
That's it?
And cigar products, tobacco products.
Cigarettes?
So no cigarettes, cigars only.
All right. And one more question.
Further
The
question,
snack, thank you. The snacks, are they packaged? Because I mean, this is COVID times, but I'm not sure if you regulate if they're packaged or not.
The food requirement would just be that there's food according to the statute, whatever the ratios are. And you're going to hear, as the chairman said, you're going to hear food being brought up quite often today. In this, the regulatory body over that would be HHS. It wouldn't be us, just because it has to do with food. All we care about is that the standard is met, not how it's packaged.
Okay, Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm looking at, or last night I was looking at this bill and House Bill 337. It looks like they affect the same line of text in the RSA. I wonder if passage of both of them could create a conflict.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't pass both. You have to choose one or the other.
And then amend one of the bills for trying to accomplish both aims.
What the public policy of this, what the committee decides, whether they think it's appropriate that food be sold at a cigar bar,
or vice versa.
Right. Okay. Well, Aiden, you're back. You You dare
Good
to?
morning, sir. I was
Well-
getting launched into other committees, which are not nearly as interesting as this committee. So I'm glad to be back.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
So is there anything else you want to share? Yeah. Go ahead.
I was able to hear the chief, and of course he did a very nice job of stating the issues and answering questions. So just to let the committee know, we'll be here all day as a resource in case there are questions about how the law works, and we'll be happy to try to explain that.
Great. Well, yeah. Speaking of Mark, since you did actually speak, when you get off, when we get off, do go online and sign up, and just so people know that you spoke.
Also, that fee, Mr. Chairman, is $840.
$840. Okay. So Max, do you have another question, or is your hand still up? Okay. All right. So you have anyone else? I don't see anybody else. So I'll ask any attendees if you would like to say ask a question, raise your hand or speak. Excuse me, not ask a question, speak. Okay, I guess I don't see anybody there. So I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 171.
Thank you.
All right, so the next one, Pam, I don't see the sponsor on 337. Did the sponsors sign up? I guess I should look.
No, I gave you everything there was to give.
Right. So
I see that Representative Abramson is one of the
co-sponsors.
co-sponsors.
Okay, there it says I see Cody Blanchard. Okay, great.
Oh, good. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to promote him to panelist.
Of course, we're a little early now.
We are early, so I'm not going to technically open, but I'm just trying to
just
move,
wanted to
move
clarify.
things along here as my technician job here, as I'm just trying to move things along and pull up people ahead of time so that we don't have that lag. I'm trying to avoid that lag.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you're so efficient, you get yourself ahead that way.
May I ask Pam a question while we have
Yes.
a moment?
Yes.
Pam, could you send us the blue sheets from last week?
Didn't I send them last week?
I don't think so, no.
Oh.
First ones.
Have them as a record.
Let me see if I still have them. I might have.
Well, I would have them, so if you don't have them, I can send it to them.
I don't think any of the committee members got it.
Nope.
Okay, I can regenerate them. I wiped them out because, they're not the final sheet. What I sent to you, there's no reason for me to keep them other than if you ask for them later. So I can recreate them.
Thank you.
Are we starting again at 10? Do we have a moment?
Yes, we do. We have.
Okay, thank you.
I think Anita was taking care of her cat, so I'm going to mute her.
I got that.
So, Aiden, do you mind muting yourself? Yeah, so the question is going back to that first bill, the definition of liquor manufacturer, and then the Senate decided to narrow it down. That language, it seemed really narrow, right? So it sounded like you were intentionally making sure SAGRAG or other larger distillers could not participate in sampling at farmers market. Is that what that narrowing was about? I guess he's still having trouble. How about you, Mark? Is they're both? No, they're all. You still can't hear me, Aiden? Okay, so Aiden is having ongoing difficulties. So Mark is going to fill in if he fails again. Right now, he's going to log out and then come back in again so that hopefully we can start this right. So, okay.
Chairman, can you hear me now?
I can hear you. You're good.
Miracle of technology.
It's a marvel. So we'll see what happens. Just don't do anything. Don't touch anything.
That's right.
So for the rest of the committee members, what he and I were discussing, just so everybody understand, and that is that my answer about being a liquor manufacturer is the correct answer, but that when the question you probably might have heard me ask was related to Sazerac, a larger, let's say, very large distillery. And they're really the only one we have here in New Hampshire is a large distillery, that we did narrow it so that they would not participate. Sazerac is sort of in our business is sort of controversial in the sense that they are a fourth category, but also they are a liquor manufacturer, but they are what we call a rectifier. And I'm not sure everybody in the committee knows what a rectifier is, but a rectifier is someone who blends. So Sazerac could be bringing Canadian whiskey down and mixing in cinnamon and jalapeno. I don't know. I think it's cinnamon is what they mix in and make that hot whatever whiskey that's very popular. So that's a rectifier. We do have another rectifier in Salem who makes limoncello, but I don't know how big they are and whether there's minimum what legislation in terms of what it is to allow them to participate or not, but that's another story, of course. But I just want to make sure everybody understands that we are narrowing it down to being just a small distillery in the state of New Hampshire. All right, it's 10 o'clock. We'll open up the public hearing on House Bill 337 and hear from the prime sponsor, Representative Belanger. Good morning, Representative Belanger.
Good morning, Chairman Hunt, and thank you, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Representative Cody Belanger. I am one of the representatives from Epping, New Hampshire, and today I come before you in support of HB 337. What this bill does is strike out specific language in the bill, in the current RSA, and if you have the bill in front of you, it strikes out "or service of food." And the reason why I frequently smoke cigars myself, hearing from consumers and being a consumer myself, while we enjoy a nice smoke and we'll enjoy a beverage while we're there, the one thing that we're not allowed to do is buy or even be served food. This doesn't stop you from bringing food in, but sometimes, for example, at some locations, they're open late. You might not be around a shop. So, a food entity. So this bill fixes that and allows that to change. Obviously, the argument is, you shouldn't have food near smoke. It's unhealthy. Whatever. And that is obviously going to be an argument that you have either heard from the previous bill, which I'm also a co-sponsor of, and perhaps an argument that you may hear over this bill. But what it does is subject the consumer to purchase the product, whether that be a cigar and say chips and salsa or mozzarella sticks or something to that effect, should they choose. The number one thing that I want to point out, and again, this may be an argument that be made, is that this does not turn a cigar bar into a restaurant. Just putting that out there. You are still required to sell 60% of your sales with cigar supplies, whether that be cigars themselves, whether that be, again, cigar supplies, humidor, boveda packs, lighters, etc., which is already outlined in the RSA. This just allows cigar bars, should they choose to do this, obviously they don't have to if they don't want to, sell or provide, right? Because the previous bill doesn't exactly say that they have to, they wouldn't be able to sell. This allows both to happen, should the establishment choose to do so. And with that, I will be more than happy to take any questions.
Okay, we do. Representative Fargo has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Bellinger, the analysis says that the bill allows cigar bars to serve food and qualify for a liquor license. But when I read the bill itself, I don't see anything in the bill that would allow for the qualification of a liquor license. All it really does is remove the restriction on the service of food.
Yeah, you have to read the whole bill. I mean, the whole statute. This is just one line in the statute that we're amending.
Representative Fargo, if I can answer the question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. And for the record, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. Representative Fargo, it's pronounced Belanger, not Bellinger.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. So yes, as the chairman stated, cigar bars are, most of them, I should say, I don't want to generalize them, already are allowed to obtain a liquor license. So like you pointed out, yes, all it does is strike the service of food line. They're already allowed to obtain a liquor license. For example, one cigar bar in Portsmouth, they sell cigars as well as are able to sell liquor.
For the question?
I hope that answered your question.
Okay. Great. Representative Houghton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Belanger. I just want to clarify, this second bill allows both sale and service of food. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. So while the first bill essentially says that they may service food, my bill would allow both. Say I decide I want to open up a cigar bar, I choose to maybe not charge my consumer for chips and salsa, mozzarella sticks, whatever appetizer type-esque, or even to go beyond that, a burger. If I choose to provide that service, instead of charging my consumer, I can do that, or I can charge my consumer should I choose. And again, I'm still required to sell 60% of my sales of cigar products. That can change.
Further question,
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yes, it does. Is it your intent that restaurant-style food can be prepared and sold in cigar bars? You mentioned burgers, fries, maybe steaks later on.
I mean, I wouldn't foresee a steak being sold at a cigar bar, but again, this doesn't turn it into a restaurant. It allows for the service and or sale of food in a cigar bar. What capacity of that is subject to the establishment, and should the consumer choose to pay for and or order, that is up to them. But again, requires that establishment to have 60% of sales stay as cigar sales.
Thank you.
It'll be a cheap steak. Representative Burrows.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, it probably would.
Thanks for taking my question. I guess I'm confused. I understand the 60% rule about the cigars, but it seems to be creeping towards being a restaurant. So I'm wondering if all the rules and regulations and licenses that apply to restaurants such as Safe Serve, et cetera, would apply to the cigar bar with the food.
You're free to answer, Representative Belanger.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I mean, no, not really. Again, you are required to sell 60% of your sales via cigars. So this doesn't change you from being a cigar establishment into a restaurant. It should be based on the consumer, whether they should choose to go to this restaurant. And
Oh, we just lost him. Whoops. I guess you'll have to log back in. So you'll have to wait with your question, Joyce, and hoping he'll come back in soon. Max, I put your hand down because you are a co-sponsor. You cannot ask a question.
Can I challenge the ruling of the chair?
Oh my God.
No, I'm serious about this. This came up last session in municipal and county.
And the resolution was that if you didn't testify, that you should be allowed to ask questions?
No, the other representative, Belanger, Jim Belanger, right before he retired, suggested that we remove that rule. So he and I worked together with the House clerk. The House clerk emailed me back and said there isn't a rule on co-sponsors asking questions, that's just been a custom. And it's left up to the House if the House wants to add that rule in. We just haven't been doing it. But I have an actual open-ended question. It's not a directed question.
Okay, well, I'll come back to you, but let's right now, Joyce has a question for Representative Belanger. Go ahead, Joyce.
Yes, thank you. I don't think that Anita's question was really answered, and that is whether or not all of the rules about restaurants would apply in this situation. I mean, we have to have real standards for preparing food. And the other question is, I'm wondering how this is.
So let's just stop with that. So you would like him to pursue that question some more.
Okay.
Representative Blanchard, can you speak to that question?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, I do apologize. I got bounced and must be bad service. So certain establishments are required, food establishments are required to set to a certain standard, right? So obviously, if you are preparing food, you are also required to adhere to those standards. And again, going back, this does not turn a cigar bar into a restaurant. It just allows them to service and or sell food should the consumer choose to purchase said food.
Follow up?
Further question, you may inquire.
Thank you. I'm wondering about enforcement of this. How often how do you maintain that 60-40% balance, and who is going to be making sure that that balance remains? Is my question understood? I'm wondering, how is this enforced?
The same way it's already enforced now via liquor and law enforcement.
So
I believe that's the enforcement. I apologize. I don't fully know the answer to that.
Theoretically, the Liquor Commission can audit a cigar bar and ensure that their sales, just like we actually have the food requirement for restaurants, the Liquor Commission does audits. So, any other questions, Representative Weston?
No, thank you.
Okay, Representative Aberson, do you have a question for Representative Belanger?
Yes, it's an actual question.
Okay.
So we have about a dozen shops on the border in my district that sell cigars and tobacco related products. Do you know off the top of your head how many different cigar shops there are under this license throughout the state and how much revenue they're generating?
So, I mean, I frequent a variety of them, right? So there are quite a few on the border, some in Londonderry, Manchester, Seabrook, and Portsmouth. To what end, I don't know exactly what their revenues are, but it'd be a good question, a good point to bring up. that I could email the committee.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so any other questions for Mr. Belanger? See none, thank you very much. So I don't have any other people signed up to speak on this bill. Aidan, do you mind just offering up what you can tell us about the Liquor Commission's enforcement of right now of the cigar bars?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes. you
Okay,
can.
thank you. I think this bill presents some interesting challenges for the commission as far as how it would apply it. And I'm kind of walking through this, if the legislature carved out cigar bars with 17820A as a creature that has the ability to sell alcohol and is licensed, but because of probably the Indoor Smoking Act and a few other things has said you really can't serve food, and that's what Section 2D addresses. If you were to allow the business to sell food now, I believe we would probably interpret that as now this becomes a restaurant and would be required to adhere to the health standards that exist at the state level, and that the facility would need to show that its ability to, they wouldn't necessarily demonstrate it to us, but they would probably demonstrate it to the Department of Health or the local health inspection office that their food preparing facilities meet health standards. So it could very well change the category and would kind of create a bit of a dilemma for us, because cigar bar license itself wouldn't, of course, as it was created, does not have food. But if you're going to now say you can prepare food, we would probably take an opinion that this now, we may force them or require them to get a restaurant license of some type. And I'm not sure we have an adequate license type that would allow a restaurant to have smoking indoors, and it may very well be in violation of the Indoor Smoking Act. So there are a number of issues I see that could emerge based upon the passage of this, if it were going to be preparation and service of food. Unlike the last bill, which allowed for the business to merely put food on the bar or wherever they place it, like nuts or pretzels or whatever, that's a bit of a different creature. But when you talk about preparing the food, that changes the category completely.
So, in terms of auditing, I don't know how often you guys audit cigar bars, or I know we're kind of light on staff. Would we have to revisit the license fee because of increased auditing?
Well, the fee, the chief mentioned in the last hearing that the fee for this license was $840. And the reason it is $840 it is specifically not considered a restaurant. If you look at the rest of the licensing category in 17820, you'll find that licensees that sell spirits, and that's what they're allowed to do, have a cocktail lounge license. They pay $1,200. But because of the fact that this particular business can't sell food, then the decision was made that they should be charged the same fee as what we refer to as a service bar license. So that's where we get the $840 as opposed to $1,200. So if you were to, we look at the maintenance of these figures, compliance, because it certainly, if a business chooses to say, well, I got this license, it was pretty easy to get. I'm certainly not making any accusations about any business, but that they could fall out of compliance fairly quickly if they are not attentive to the tobacco side of their business and spend most of their time on the sales of alcohol. So it is an area that we frequently look at to ensure compliance. And I think the chief made a reference to the fact that there's frequent challenges amongst the existing licensees sometimes to keep them in compliance.
Okay, now we have more questions, if you're willing to take them. Representative Ham, may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wondered, and it may not necessarily relate to serving food or not, but what are the air quality standards for cigar bars, as opposed to a restaurant or other type establishments? What are those standards that might differ from a restaurant?
Thank you for your question, Representative. I won't waste time. I don't know the answer to that, so I apologize.
Well, I can answer that since I'm the one who wrote the original Indoor Smoking Act on the Commerce Committee. I was the subcommittee chairman of that bill. That was related to when we still allow restaurants to have smoking. But once we banned smoking in restaurants, that section for restaurants was mute. But the Indoor Smoking Act still talks about being effectively segregated in designated smoking areas and that kind of stuff. But again, that's only for non-restaurants businesses. Representative Herbert, you have a question?
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. Do we have any establishments left in the state, private places that serve food maybe and smoking as well at the same time?
I believe the only facilities that allow that are social clubs, veterans clubs, where I think the public policy has been made that veterans should be allowed to have a place where they can gather and have alcohol and smoke if they wish. So that's my the only place I'm aware of that would possibly allow that.
Further question?
Yes, further question may inquire.
Thank you. It's just that it intrigues me because I mean, so in other words, Legion Post could put in a cigar facilities and do business there and still serve food, and it's a private club, and that would be legal under the law. So as we sit here today.
Well, a military veterans club holds a license, a club license under 17820, and has been carved out of the exception, or an exception has been created for them in smoking. It's not, I think the public policy was, this is a group that should be not necessarily swept into the prohibitions that exist for restaurants. And I would, where Chairman Hunt has authored the Indoor Smoking Act, I would defer to him for any greater detail on that area.
Right. Well, I think you're right about it. There was also, I think it was social clubs. So I guess what would be the interesting question is to find out is how many social clubs are out there that, and notwithstanding whether they're I think they were all pretty much VFW, then veterans. But is there another social club that has been able to get a license? And I guess because you could make the argument it's that smoking a cigar is kind of antisocial behavior. So if they're doing that together, then maybe they should have a social club of their own. So it would be interesting to find out if there's anything other than veterans. But I would say that when it came to the Indoor Smoking Act, the social clubs, the veterans were intentionally removed from the bill. And then when later on, when an attempt to ban them from having smoking came up, Well, let's put it nicely. The legislature in its wisdom felt that those bills were, they did not want to pass them at that time, or enforce that regulation. Okay, let's see. Representative Ammon has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I guess I'm speaking to Mr. Moore.
Yes, you are. Yes, your question.
So my first part is a would you believe. On F Street in Washington, D.C., there's a restaurant that allows you to smoke cigars. Its name is Shelley's Back Room. And you can eat dinner in Washington, D.C., and you can order things like chicken wings, burgers, pizza, fries, egg rolls, salads, a very long menu of food. I've eaten there and I've smoked while I ate, so not far from the U.S. Capitol. I guess my question is it just because this business model doesn't fit the current bureaucracy, and that's why that business model is not legal? And how does Washington, D.C. Do it and New Hampshire can't?
Okay, well, I'll take this, Aiden. When the prohibition ended, the 21st Amendment, it didn't say, okay, anybody, there's no more prohibition, anybody's free for all. It actually said more to the state that each state can then design and decide what they wanted to legalize. So theoretically, a state could have stayed dry. No state chose to do that. DC is obviously a whole nother animal because it's in limbo there. But so I can't speak to the regulations and how, that obviously would be whatever that DC council, they can do whatever they want. But it is true that the way everything we've done in New Hampshire here, everything is done our way, notwithstanding that we're one of the 19 controlled states where other states didn't do it. And so and I agree, it is very Byzantine the way we do everything here, and what we choose and what we didn't choose. Why we have, we're protecting the 3-tier system, but yet we allow brew pubs. So each one is a little chipping away at whatever we thought was the doctrine that we were trying to manifest. But at the end of the day, this is what we have, and I can't say, say why can you do it? Well, just because the legislature has determined that that's what they want to do.
So, just a quick follow-up.
Yes, for the question of inquiry.
So, leaving out liquor, cigars and food, right? That's the other two components. Is there a business model for cigars and food without serving liquor?
The doctrine was, that. Cigar bars were kind of a new phenomena. They were really just popped up in the more recent years. And they, for years, were operating, and then they came in and said, can we serve liquor? And the policy at the time, and pretty much carried on to this, was, well, no, we don't want you to, we'll give you liquor, but you certainly don't want to trample on the rights of restaurants, because all the restaurants are barred from smoking or barred from having cigars. So, how are we going to, it's not fair. And certainly you're putting towns in an awkward position, because each town has the right to say no to whatever regulations, the liquor regulations we come up with. So we're kind of changing the model, because we said to them originally that we would not allow cigar bars to be restaurants. That was the original premise. So we are changing the rules of the game if we were to pass this legislation, and in each city and town might have the right to come back and say, well, gee, we want to rethink whether we allowed that cigar bar in our town in the first place. That answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, great. Bonnie, do you have another question? Is your hand
Oh,
still-
sorry, no.
Okay, anybody else have any more questions for Aiden Moore? All right, seeing none, I have no one else. Let me go to the attendees. I see a hand up, and Drew Klein. I will promote Drew. And Drew, after you testify, would you please make sure you go online and sign up? Hello, Mr. Klein.
Hi there. I had to unmute there. So thank you for having me. This is Drew Klein. I'm president of the Josiah Bartlett Center for Public Policy. Not testifying in favor or against, just a neutral comment on this legislation. So what I noticed in the discussion in the committee was that all the discussion was focused on cigar bars preparing their own food and serving food as if they were a restaurant. So preparing hot food, having a kitchen. But I think it's worth pointing out that the way the rules work now, cigar bars are not allowed to serve or sell food, which means they are stuck putting free snacks on the countertop. So that would mean essentially nuts and cocktail nuts and pretzels, basically.
No, they actually can't. Right now in the current law, they're not allowed to provide food. What is actually,
understand that?
They're
No, I'm
not allowed
sorry.
to eat snacks. They're not allowed to provide snacks.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I understand that in the law. If you frequent cigar bars, you will notice that that still happens sometimes. So that's my point.
I'm shocked.
So 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 thank you for the clarification. My point is, what'll sometimes happen is that free food will be offered that isn't prepared at a cigar bar. So because the customers, if you're sitting there smoking, especially if you're drinking, you do want to have some snack food. So so the previous bill would allow you to serve snacks. So what I wanted to point out was the difference between serving and selling. So under the previous bill, you could legally put the snack food out, but you're still required to basically give it away for free. So under this bill, what you would allow is not simply, in other words, I don't think you should presume that a cigar bar is interested in becoming a restaurant and preparing hot food. If cigar bars are allowed to sell food, that could also include, and would most likely primarily include, prepackaged and food that is made outside the facility. So right now, if a patron of a cigar bar wants to buy a Snickers bar or a muffin or a bagel or a slice of pizza that is prepared off site, that's not allowed. So if you allow the sale of food, I just wanted to point out that you could allow bars to sell Slim Jims and beef jerky and other packaged items that would be in demand when you're sitting there drinking, but that they would be prohibited from selling under the first bill. So just something to point out that the language in the bill might be able to be worded in such a way, if the members of committee were extremely opposed to allowing on-premises preparation of hot food, to still allow the actual retail sale of some types of food. So that is all. Just wanted to point out that distinction.
Okay, so as someone who's been around for all this legislation, we'll pretend that we didn't hear you say that they are providing snacks, and we'll go with what we thought we passed and what we've always said could be true, is that if you're going to a cigar bar, you could bring your own snack. You could bring, I've heard stories of having a pizza being delivered to a cigar bar, from a pizza delivery company. So I hear what you're saying, which is that maybe we should retain this bill and somehow figure out some way to look at what is currently going on in some of these facilities and making sure that we that the law is being abided and that we have passed a law that is enforceable.
Well, right. I mean, my comment was just essentially to point out that you could work a law that would allow the sale of prepared, prepackaged or food that is prepared off premises, that would be an option, as opposed to assuming that allowing the sale means that they would have a commercial kitchen and become a restaurant.
Fair enough. So Max, you have a question for Mr. Klein?
Well, I'm not sure if this question might be better aimed at you. If the intent of the law was that if somebody goes into a cigar bar, you don't want them to either have food delivered or order Uber Eats, or maybe you don't
No,
even
I'm saying
want.
it's legal. I'm saying that as far as I know, it is perfectly legal to have it delivered or you bring it in with you. It just said that the owner of the facility is not permitted to provide food under the current statute.
So was it your intent that people couldn't order food through the owner or their employee and have it delivered there, or you wouldn't have the owner or employee physically handle the food and put it in front of you or clean up afterwards?
Our intent was that the owner would not have anything to do with, because our original statute, and I don't even know if it's still true, I have to admit, was that the actual cigar smoking room was a bifurcated space and separate, and so that no employee would technically have to walk into that smoking area. So again, how do you handle serving or taking orders for food and whatever if it's in a separate little room? So again, I think that maybe we can certainly retain this bill and see to really drill down to what's actually going on in these spaces.
And Representative Hunt, if I'm still on.
Yes, you are.
Drew Klein again, and I just should clarify, I didn't mean to suggest that cigar bars were illegally serving snacks. So I apologize if I spoke, not precisely there, but people do bring snacks in, and you see people sharing their nuts and that sort of thing. So not trying to imply
the right answer this time. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's what you actually see. And I didn't mean to imply that people were, violating the law there.
Great, thank you. Good. Is there any other questions from Mr. Klein? All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing on House Bill 337. All right. And 30. Okay, so we can go right into the next one. House Bill 176, allowing beverages, wine, mixed drink. Oh no, we just did that, didn't we? Wait, no, I'm confused. It's 170.
No, I think that was 171.
That was one. Yeah, the one. No, well. Okay, so 176. That was just 171. Okay, sorry. All right. So now we're into 176. Okay.
Right, 337 we were on.
We were on 337.
And now we're on to 176.
Okay.
That's what I have.
There we go. Okay. So run 76 and the prime sponsor, want to raise their hands. I have is Representative
McWilliams.
Okay, there she is. All right. And I'm going to promote you. Oh, I'm trying to promote you. What happened to her? McWilliams, did you raise your hand? Okay, there you are. Okay, now you can't go turning your hand on and off. You jump around on my screen. Okay, all right. I am now promoting you to panelist. Okay, you're on, Representative McWilliams. Welcome to the Commerce Committee.
Thank you so much, Chairman Hunt. It's a pleasure to be here again in front of my esteemed colleagues. I hope you're enjoying this lovely snowy day here in February. I'm here to testify about House Bill 176, which is a bill to allow beer and wine delivery for food establishments that already have a license to sell beer and wine on premises. I do want to just check in and make sure that everyone received the amendment that I emailed yesterday afternoon. You should check your email if you haven't yet seen it. Basically, I updated the text of the bill to match the same bill that's happening in the Senate right now, because there have been a lot of discussions and negotiations, and I want to go through it and make sure that we're all looking at the same thing. So the amendment is 2021-0261H. So we should all be looking at that for the correct text of the bill. So originally, when I had proposed this bill, it included mixed drinks. If you have the version that talks about mixed drinks, that's wrong. We're not talking about liquor. We're just talking beer and wine, to be super clear. So as you probably know, the industry has certainly suffered quite a bit during the coronavirus. We're seeing all kinds of innovative ways for restaurant type establishments to figure out how to make money in the time of coronavirus. And so something that we have allowed through emergency executive order is for establishments to sell beer and wine through delivery. Also, you should know that from the history perspective on this bill, this was a bill that was being negotiated during 2020 before the pandemic hit. So this has been a topic of discussion to try to allow delivery of beer and wine even before coronavirus. But I think coronavirus has certainly exacerbated the need for a source of revenue for establishments that typically would have people coming to have a meal and serve beer and wine. And since they're only doing takeout and delivery, they still need a way to sell their inventory and also make that money that they had expected in their business plan. So just a quick spin through this bill as proposed. Once again, no references to mixed drinks. If you see that, you're looking at the wrong bill. Really, the purpose of this is to allow a restaurant to have their delivery driver, in many instances, a W-2, and they have to be 21 years of age, to deliver both food and the paired wine and beer that go with the food as part of the delivery. There were some concerns about people ordering to public establishments and to college campuses. So you'll see on page 2, there's all kinds of language prohibiting those acts. You can't deliver to a college campus. You can't deliver to a public library, public playground, or public park. You actually have to be going to a private address. That's not to say that someone who's creative couldn't come up with some other establishment that's not listed here, but the idea is to make sure that this really is for private consumption of beer and wine, not in the public. So the intent is that it would be effective July 1, 2022. I suppose we could play with the effective date, seeing as there is a sister bill happening in the Senate as well, and certainly the industry needs it sooner rather than later. But nonetheless, that really is the concept here, is to enable what's already going on through emergency order to become on the books, because we have learned that some of the emergency orders are really great, and perhaps we should make them legislation. So I'm not by any means an expert on this, and there will be people after me who can testify a little bit more on the nuance to this bill, but I'm happy to take any general questions if you have them.
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
Yeah, I was printing all this stuff. So, yeah, so Representative Johnson, please go forward with your question.
Thank you for letting me have my question. One, do we know what the Senate bill is in relation to this one?
The Senate bill is 66. The language matches exactly this amendment.
Thank you.
Sure thing. Representative McClear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Currently, if I'm in a restaurant and I order a bottle of wine and it's I drink half of it, I can take the other half home if it's properly sealed. I can also go to a brew pub and get a grog of beer, and that they seal and etc. So, in this particular bill, I just printed it out quickly, reading through it. Is it possible that this bill would say that you have to order a unsealed bottle of wine, or a sealed bottle of wine or sealed beer? In other words, you couldn't get necessarily a grog delivered, but you could get a 6-pack, or you couldn't get a carafe of wine that was poured at the bar, but you could buy a bottle of wine. Is there any distinction there?
Ooh, that's an excellent question. I too am looking at the language of the bill for an answer to that question, and I don't see something about sealing or partially open in the bill. So that does bring up an interesting question if you're asking for a partial
I can,
portion.
I can answer this question.
Okay.
So, and obviously Aiden will speak, but it'll help. I'm going to premise this so it helps everybody visualize what's happening here. And that is the Liquor Commission does not want anything that's partially made or open or available, potentially could be tainted with somebody, doing something to it. So if they're going to deliver wine, they're going to deliver it in a sealed bottle. And I also let you know, Representative McWilliams, believe it or not, there could be liquor involved in this transaction because the way the bill is written, it says beverages. And we have expanded beverages to include distilled alcohol, but they're limited to 8%. So you can.
Oh, what's he saying? Why is he doing this?
I'm sorry, Aiden. Did I say
that?
You're muted, Aiden. So I just want to make sure everyone knows that what is distributed, what is sold, has to be in a sealed container, and again by the manufacturer and not from the facility. But I'll give you a chance, Aiden, to correct me once you get on. Okay, so go ahead. You have another question? I guess we're all set. Representative Herbert.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. I think I'm talking to Aiden, I suppose. I don't know. But
if you want to wait to ask him when he gets on, you can. But right now you're questioning Representative McWilliams.
Well,
I'm not the expert. You don't want to ask me expert questions.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, great. Representative Gleason.
Good morning, Representative McWilliams, and thank you for taking our questions this morning. My question has to do with holding the restaurant, the bartender, the waiter, the delivery driver harmless if the person, the customer that's receiving the product, should then go about and get in their vehicle and drive and get a DUI or kill somebody or something like that. Whereas when alcohol is consumed on premise, there's the control. And I know you have the language in the bill with the maximum amount of that can be sold, but there's no language in the bill dealing with holding the establishment harmless. And would this be something you might consider, or do you need to consider this?
I think that question is best for Aiden Moore.
Okay, well then I will defer to Aiden Moore.
Great, thank you. Representative Abramson.
All right, thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I'm reading in the amended bill that you sent us that you'd have no deliveries at all to any college or university. Were you aware that the median age at some of our community colleges is 26, and that we have some colleges and some programs that are aimed at continuing education where you probably couldn't find anyone on the campus under 21?
I am aware of that. And thank you so much for your question. I just want to highlight that this is a negotiated compromise with the language. So clearly you can see that there's some concern about overindulging or perhaps immature drinking behavior. And that was sort of the intention, to make sure that this bill does not enable that.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, Representative Herbert.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. Mr. Moore, Aiden Moore.
No, not yet. We're still Representative McWilliams here.
Oh,
okay.
No.
Okay. Sorry, you just still had your hand up. I'm sorry, I'm confused. All right, is there any other questions for Representative McWilliams? Great, thank you very much. Seeing none.
Thank you so much. I have to go testify on another bill, but thank you again for the opportunity to present, and I'll circle back.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, you're on now, Aiden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
First, I apologize for, I had unmuted myself and I have a couple of phones going at the same time. So my comments.
Sure you weren't talking about me when you said
not 1 second, sir. Not for 1 second.
Okay.
And I need to
mute your phone. Yes.
Yes, I have to get rid of these phones, I think, sometimes. thank you for allowing me to approach this. As Representative McWilliams indicated, the amendment which we just saw is essentially what the Senate has been working on in Senate Bill 66. What Senate Bill 66 represents is essentially what was being worked on last session and subject to the executive order of the governor for the sale and service of alcohol with food for consumers. And what we see in the amendment, which again is the same as 66, are adequate safeguards, which we believe, if followed, will ensure that these licensees have the ability to continue this process. We've had about a year's worth of this effort. My conversations with Chief Armaganian, who's also available, is that there have been no discernible violations of the executive order that would have caused us to reconsider this policy, and that it seems to have been worked out fairly well. We cannot provide you with details. I made an inquiry to the New Hampshire Restaurant and Lodging Association, trying to get a sense of how many businesses took advantage of this. I was not able to get an accurate number, so I can't tell you with any degree of certainty how many businesses may take advantage of this opportunity in the post-pandemic world. But we seem to be very satisfied that this amendment, which is consistent with Senate Bill 66, is reasonable and enforceable, and continues the policy that the governor established through his executive order. And I'd be happy to take any questions if any of the committee members would like.
Okay, Representative Herbert, you have a question.
Thanks again, Chairman. I'm just curious. My question is, I know a lot of states have takeouts, and you have, for example, you could take out a mix, right, and bring your own tequila, I suppose. I'm not sure how that works, but I'm just wondering why. What was the objection to mixed drinks? Was it because they were not? It would be maybe not so healthy, or they wouldn't be closed properly, and it was a health issue, or what was the problem with mixed drinks? I mean, if you're gonna sell wine and beer, I don't understand myself why you wouldn't do mixed drinks as well. But my question to you is, what was the concern there?
Well, thank you for your question, Representative. I believe I believe as Representative Hunt mentioned, the last session created a new opportunity for retailers, both on premise and off premise, as they saw the ability to sell an expanded portfolio of beverages that fit under what a classification called a specialty beverage. And so we never really got to the question of sales of spirits and mixed drinks. The consumer does have the ability to order and have delivered any of the products that may be considered what we refer to as in slang as a canned cocktail, so long as it is within the eligible portfolio that the on-premise licensee can sell. So we've really not got to the question for spirits. I think one of the things that has presented itself in other states is the question of sealing and preserving the integrity of these products, because they are mixed at the site. And so we never got to the final bottom line of, is this something that we should support or not support? But we did have experiences with other states who have had challenges in their application of these provisions that included mixed drinks. So I'm not sure if I've been responsive to your question, sir, but we never got to the bottom line about whether we should add mixed drinks or not.
I just have one other question, if it's all right, Chairman Hunt.
Further question, you may inquire.
An executive order of the governor allowed for this service to be provided. But does that mean the governor has the authority to, if he changed his mind, to add mixed drinks to it without going through the legislature? I mean, I think
Thank you for your question.
The sense that I didn't know the governor had that kind of executive order authority.
Well, I think
to me, but
what I think is important for you to be aware of, Representative, is last year there was a bill that was making its way through the Senate when the pandemic hit, and the governor's office was in search of methods to assist this industry. And one of the things that we had in the process of being at least vetted by the legislature was that Senate bill allowing for the shipment or the sale of alcohol with food to consumers. And so therefore, when the governor was looking for an approach, we offered this legislation as something that he might consider as part of his executive order. So that was reviewed by his staff, and I'm sure whatever legal team that he had in place, and the decision was made to move forward with that. I can't speak to the powers of the governor beyond that, and I think you would probably get an opinion from maybe your House counsel about what the powers of the governor are in an executive order framework, but I'm not sure whether or not he could add it or not, but it was not part of the bill that was being entertained last year.
just one more, Chairman Hunt, if I might.
Okay.
So are the restaurants able to do this now, or are they waiting for this legislation to get through?
Well, they've had the ability to do this under the executive order. I cannot tell you with any certainty whether or not those orders have expired or not. You may, I'm not sure if Mr. Mike Summers from the Restaurant and Lodging Association is signed up to testify on this or not. But so I would probably let Mr. Summers field that question, sir, if it's okay.
Fine with me.
Representative Greason.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moore, for taking our questions. My question was originally presented to Representative McWilliams, but I was told that you would probably be better able to answer it. And so the question is, presently, when alcohol is consumed on premises, the waiter, the bartender, the manager can control the amount of alcohol and be able to refuse service to somebody they would believe would be inebriated. And if they were to continue to serve somebody, they could be held responsible even after that person leaves. Well, here now we have the delivery of alcohol off premises. At what point is the restaurant, the bartender, whatever, the delivery driver, no longer responsible for that other person? When can they still be held, or are they held harmless once they've made the delivery? And should this bill specifically address the issue of being held responsible? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Representative. I think the issue that you've described is one where we have to kind of look at the technical aspects of the law, and that the delivery driver, who would be a W-2 employee of the business, has every right and obligation that this product, this alcoholic beverage, should not be sold or delivered to a person who's under 21 or to an intoxicated person. On the question of liability, I would probably refer you to RSA 507F, which is the Alcoholic Beverage Licensee Liability Act. And what you're describing is certainly probably a novel question. If some type of claim were made against a licensee under 507F, but I think as long as the delivery person makes sure that the alcohol is not delivered to a minor or to a person who's intoxicated, it is not something that would most likely reflect back on the licensee for some type of administrative action. I'm not sure if that is responsive to you or not, sir. I hope so.
You all set, Jeff?
It just brings up concerns about putting all that on the delivery driver.
And I would say that is why the commission is very strongly in support of the idea that the only people who can deliver is the actual restaurant license, under the restaurant itself.
And if I remember correctly, and I apologize for overstepping my bounds here, but does the proposed bill say that the delivery driver actually has to be 21 or over as well? I know the recipient has to be, but does the delivery driver have to be?
That one's for you, Aiden. I didn't see that there.
Yes, they have to be at least 21 years of age.
Okay.
That would be on Representative McWilliams' amendment on page 2, lines 1 through 3.
Okay.
Right. Paragraph. Yeah. Section 5.
I'm afraid I don't have the amended version, so I'm shooting in the dark here on that one.
Okay. Section 5. Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Fargo.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question as I read the amendment, and it talks about the consumers who appear visibly intoxicated or who a reasonable and prudent person would know are intoxicated, who do not produce identification or who fail to sign a receipt would not be entitled to his or her delivery. Well, what if they are intoxicated and they do produce identification and they do sign a receipt? Then what does the delivery person continue to, I just think the wording in the amendment leaves an open door there that you could still deliver to someone who's intoxicated. Am I reading that incorrectly?
Thank you for your question, Representative Fargo. I think the intent is that the driver, if you were to look at the delivery driver in the same vein that you would look at a bartender, the bartender would go through the appropriate assessments, looking at the customers, looking at their age, how old are you, their state of intoxication. And RSA 1795 has a legal obligation that
Jesus.
Excuse me. that the bartender has a legal obligation not to make the sale to persons who are either underage or intoxicated. Those types of criteria are now extended to the delivery driver, who will have to make the same assessment. I can assure you that with the passage of this law, the commission has a very vigorous and aggressive alcohol education program, and that this would be part of any program content moving forward, that the commission would try to make sure that these businesses understood what the law says and how they should apply it, so that it's consistent with the legislative intent of chapter 178 and 179. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, Representative. I hope I have.
Further question, inquire.
Yes, I understand your answer. I'm just wondering if perhaps the amendment needs to be tightened up to specifically say what you just shared with us, because I think right now the way that it reads is questionable. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Attorney Moore? Okay. Representative, I'm getting it out here. Lawton, I apologize. I didn't see you over there in the attendees. So if you would like to weigh in. Oh, John, you got your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have my hand up. My phone rang. I put my hand down.
Okay.
My question is to Mr. Moore. Would, inasmuch as I am a licensed server, I went through the course, I got my certificate that I'm a licensed server, would it do well if the bill included the fact that the delivery driver would also have to be a licensed server? Because we went through all the courses with how to identify all these traits of someone who should not be served. And that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Representative. The commission does not license servers. We provide education, and that education for the server is voluntary. There is no requirement that they participate in education. I think there are some incentives that would be well served for the licensee in making sure that if they choose to go down this path of taking advantage of this type of delivery, that they make sure that their employees are educated about the law and to take advantage of the free licensee education programs offered by the commission. They may also potentially inquire from their insurance carrier whether or not the participation in education programs may very well bring them some type of premium reduction if they show that they have educated their staff in a preventative sort of fashion. So I hope I've answered your question, Representative.
Thank you, Aidan.
Perfect. So now, Representative Lawton, would you like to testify? Maybe not. Okay. Nope.
Lawton? Me, Representative Lawton? I'm sorry.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. All I wanted to basically say, I'm sorry. Well, for one, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and whoever responded to my email quickly. I found out about this late, but I just basically wanted to say, I am Representative Stacey Marie Lawton. I represent Hillsborough County District 31, downtown Nashua, and I just want to just briefly say I support this House bill to allow establishments to deliver these kinds of products. Just because from the perspective of a consumer, last summer when you're shut down and you're trying to stay safe, but you'd still like to, you don't want to go to the grocery store, but you want to consume an adult beverage. It would have been nice to have been able to do so. It would have made quarantine, I think, feel a little more normal sometimes. So just that's all I really wanted to say was just I encourage the committee to approve it and bring it to the full House so we can pass it on a full House level.
Fair enough. Any questions for Representative Lawton? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, now Mike Summers, who. There you are.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you this morning about HB 176. For the record, my name is Mike Summers. I'm the president and CEO of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. We are in support of this bill as under the proposed amendment. To give a little history in this space, we had started an effort back in late 2019 working with the Liquor Commission and Senator French on bringing forward a bill that would allow for beer and wine delivery. And then, of course, the world ended and we had the pandemic, and the governor was kind enough to essentially adopt that or give us that right under an emergency order, which has been very helpful for some businesses. So obviously, we are very supportive of this effort to essentially codify on a permanent basis what essentially the effort we had started a year ago to make this permanent. And I would encourage that, time is a bit of the essence. We don't know when the emergency order will end, and obviously the industry would like to retain this right as we continue to fight to survive this pandemic and then recover on the other side of it. So we're certainly supportive of both this amended version of the bill in the House and the Senate version, Senate Bill 66. Well, we do have a little bit of a concern with the effective date. Notice it was July 1st of 2022. And as I just stated, not knowing when the emergency order ends, it would be nice if we could move that date up to, say, July 1st of 2021. And hopefully that there is no lapse in this, the ability for restaurants to participate in this activity. So that would certainly be very helpful. And then beyond that, I have responses to a number of questions that were asked. I'm not sure if I want to drill into this too much, but one of the questions that was asked was about the current right that most folks visiting a restaurant have, which is to open and enjoy part of a bottle and then take the remains of that bottle home with you. That is a different part of the statute, and frankly, I think that that right would still be retained. I don't think this would affect it. They're two totally separate issues. So that would still be in place, and then we would still be able to do the delivery of beer and wine in their unopened containers. And I would also say that the one thing that we haven't really touched on, but I think is very important for you to understand for the industry is that these beers and wines are also available for takeout. So if I'm picking up a pizza at a local pizza shop, I can grab a 6-pack of beer or a bottle of wine or whatever they may have available. Again, the limitations are all in place. And so that has also been a very important component of this for these businesses as we've worked through this pandemic. So I think I would leave it with that, and I would try to answer any questions that the committee may have.
We do have a question. Representative Abramson has a question.
Yeah, you mentioned the effective date of the bill. Would you be amenable to something like 60 days within passage? It's a possibility that the bill could be retained until next year, so outside possibility, but do you think it would be preferable to just do 60 days within the passage of the bill whenever the bill ends up getting passed?
Sure, whatever the will of the committee is, I would just encourage you that sooner is better, because not knowing when all of this may lift, I think the one concern we have is that we would have a lapse in the ability to participate in this. And so 30 days, 60 days, whatever you may deem appropriate. But I believe, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the Senate, but I believe the Senate is committed to fast tracking Senate Bill 66. So that is the Senate version of this amendment. So I would certainly encourage and ask this committee to move quickly, because I think we would very much like to see this done in an expeditious manner.
All right, thank you for the question.
Representative Van Houten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Summers. Did you just say that partial bottles, say of wine, would be deliverable under this bill in your estimation?
No, there is a current piece in the statute that allows that if you go and you dine in a restaurant, not for takeout or delivery, but if you dine in a restaurant and you're with a guest, you may have a glass of wine each. You may have a half a bottle left over at the end of the meal. Under certain conditions, it has to be corked. It has to be in a bag that's stapled shut. And once you transport it in the vehicle, it has to be out of reach of the driver, that kind of thing. Under certain circumstances, that you can take home the remainder of that bottle of wine. It does not apply for the takeout and delivery.
Thank you.
Mike, do you want to talk about Section 2 of the bill, the transportation of beverages and wines, and what's in there that's different than what we've been talking about so far?
So Section 2
says transportation of beverage and wines. This a person may transport or deliver beverages and wines in the state without a license, provided such beverage and wines were obtained as authorized by this title, and provided such beverage and wines are consumption only and not for resale purposes.
So I guess, what is your question, Mr. Chairman? What would you like me to address?
Well, we're sitting here talking about licensees, such as yourselves, delivering it. And then we got this amendment from Representative McLeans, and then I had from Henry saying this is word for word for what you guys wanted. So I thought maybe you can explain to me what the Section 2 is all about.
Well, so in fairness, Section 2, and Aiden may want to step in and correct me, but we simply took that language directly from another part of the license of the statute, where it talks about right now, as a restaurant employee, I may go down to the liquor store, purchase product on the license for the restaurant, and transport it back to the facility. Or I may go to Excel Warehouse in Bow and pick up our weekly delivery and transport it. And so the language that is in that section, I believe, is word for word what is in that other section where it allows for employees to transport beverages on behalf of the establishment.
Okay, so I'll ask Aiden this question. But yeah, Representative Van Houten, do you have a question from Mr. Summers? You're all set. Okay. So Aiden, can you tell me what section 2 is all about here? What this is? Is this allowing employees to pick up wine and bring it back to the restaurant? Is that what this is about? Because it says it's repealed and reenacted. So I assume something's going on here. Are you there, Aiden? He's probably on the phone. How about you, Mark? Are you there? Great. So as far as you know, even though it says repeal and reenacted, you don't know there's anything new in there or anything?
And actually, as I reread it, Mr. Chairman, I believe that is exactly the language. And, you know, one of the requirements is that the employee of the licensee has to carry a copy of the license in the vehicle at all times where they're transporting beverages. So that's going to be reflective on the delivery drivers as well. So they would have to have a copy of the facility's license on them, again, for you know, just verification purposes. But I am positive that is specific language that is in the transportation of beverages to the facility. We're now talking about transportation away from the facility, but essentially it's the same language.
Yeah, it's just so weird. It says repeal and reenact. So I'm just trying to figure out what was changed.
And that, frankly, is a piece that would have been put in, I believe, by OLS. I don't believe that was anything that we would necessarily have asked for.
Right, or the Senate, because this amendment is coming from the Senate, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, I'll give them one more time. So Aiden or Mark, are either one of you still online? Yes, not. Okay. And Chris, your hand's up just because you haven't. Do you have a new question, Chris?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
When I first thought about this, I said, "Oh well, takeout." In other words, you always see the people coming in and then taking out, and they're going to be the consumers. It's their meal. They're going back home. This bill now has like the delivery, the Uber guy, and whatnot. And so there's this intermediate, you've opened up this intermediate delivery. So at that time, neither the consumer nor the on-premise has any control over what's going on. And that kind of surprised me. So are there other states that do this?
We're going to be talking about that a little bit on the next bill, but I believe Mike does have a very strong opinion about, he would like us to let us know about this bill and as related to that subject.
Well, so just to clarify, in this language of this bill, the amendment, and again, I think you just received it, so I appreciate that fact. I believe that the only person who can deliver on behalf of the licensee must be an employee of the licensee. So an Uber or somebody else cannot be involved in delivery of alcohol. They may deliver meals still, just like they may already, but they cannot deliver alcohol. And frankly, that was a control that was encouraged and pushed for by the liquor enforcement. And we conceded to that because we understood the chain of custody was going to be a big part of the discussion should there be a liability question. And so my understanding is that would not be allowed under the way this is drafted right now. A third-party delivery company would not be able to deliver alcohol on behalf of the licensee.
Right, and that's really the whole point, is that
right. And I think Aiden might be back on, so he may be able to answer that question as well.
Right. So Aiden, can you talk?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. I guess the question is whether or not a third party is eligible to deliver under this amendment. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
And I would agree with Mr. Summers that the answer is no. The reason that we are looking for having it as a W-2 employee is to provide a direct opportunity for us to take sanctions against the business if, in fact, a violation were to take place. That's certainly not our intent to go out to try to violate a business, but if they are unable to follow the provisions in the law, then we want to have recourse against the licensee if that is done incorrectly. Without getting too much in the weeds, a third-party delivery system creates something that is referred to in the law as an intervening event. And the intervening event kind of cuts off the process, and we have a question of title. Who takes delivery of the product and when do they take delivery of the product? And a lot of that is, those are issues which we find to be challenging to get answers to, and therefore the easiest approach to this, and probably the one that I think Mr. Summers and his members felt comfortable with, is that confining it to W-2 employees would provide the best recourse for his industry as well as the commission in case there were problems. Would you agree to that, Mr. Summers, that that's fair?
This is not a conversation.
Oh, sorry, sir. I apologize.
But he can move his head up and down. That's perfect. So, all right. So now that I have you, Aidan, and I forwarded the email, this amendment to you, did you get it?
Yes, sir, I did. Thank you.
Okay. So can you explain what Section 2 is trying to do for us? You might not have read that far.
If you could give me a minute to digest it, and I don't know if there are other questions that members might have that.
Right. Well, the reason we got here is because I started looking at the effective date of the bill, and then I saw that Section 1 and Section 2 had two different effective dates, and then I go, well, what is this all about? And so if you want to think about that anymore. All right.
Are you speaking about lines 6 through 11?
So, again, I know what I'm looking at is if you were to, this is really page 3 of the amendment to House Bill 176. It's page 3.
Okay.
And it starts on page 2, but it says repeal and reenact transportation of beverages and wine.
I would say it would be a mistake for me to just offer something.
I understand. So, Pam, I don't know you're tracking us, and you probably heard me ask this question. Have you got any insight on what's happening there in that section?
I'm sorry, I'm here, but I am working on other things, so I wasn't.
Okay, that's fine, no problem. All right, well, I don't know. I guess we'll have to get more detail and figure out what's happening there. So we'll stay tuned on that one. It's just frustrating that we don't have subcommittees, so we can't really deal with it. But at this point, I guess we'll see a Senate version come over. So by that time, we'll know whatever's in the Senate bill. So, okay. So does anybody have any questions for Aidan? Are we all set? Okay. And the attendees, anybody attending? Anybody would like to speak? Speak now, forevermore. Hold your peace. Okay. Here we go. Oh, Kate, I'm sorry. I did have you on my list. Okay, sorry. All right. So Kate Fry. Sorry, I'm going to promote you to speak. So I apologize. There she is. Delay. See, this is the delay. That's why I'm trying to promote people prematurely.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Kate.
Hi, Representative Hunt. I knew you wouldn't forget about me. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Kate Fry. I'm the Vice President of Advocacy at New Futures. We are opposed to House Bill 176. I did send you all testimony earlier today. I will say it was based on the original bill that include cocktails to go. I was not aware of the amendment, and I have not seen the amendment. But regardless, we still have concerns about this bill and the delivery of even beer and wine. I mean, as we've heard already, there is an executive order in place which currently allows for this. I still haven't really gotten an understanding of how many restaurants have actually, taken advantage of this, what has been the revenue increase around this, whether or not it'll be necessary after the pandemic. And it's certainly concerning to me that even the Liquor Commission doesn't really have a great take on that too. And I think before we go ahead and move something into a permanent law that really shifts our policy structure, we need a much better understanding of that. I will just go on to say too, and you hear me say this over and over again, I'm a broken record, but we do have to understand the costs of alcohol misuse, not only in the country, but in the state. And every time we talk about bills like this, which increases accessibility, we have to understand that there's going to be further impact. The numbers were already very, very high when we talk about the major driver of mortality with alcohol, 88,000 deaths a year. And that was pre-COVID. We're actually hearing from some data that I have in my testimony that alcohol consumption has increased quite a bit among subgroups within the population with COVID, and the patterns of alcohol sales have shifted from on-premise to off-premise sales. And there's certainly a lot of public health risks with off-premise sales, and there's a lot of stronger association with harms, increased rates of violence, alcohol, hospital admissions, impaired driving, because you have to remember when somebody is doing more drinking off premises, the public safety guards in place, like servers, are not there. We have real concerns about delivery of alcohol. I think the amendment and the Senate version might address this a little bit as far as the delivery and a little bit more regulation from the Liquor Commission. But I really think that we need to look very closely that all the best practices are in place. In the second page of my testimony, you will see a link to best practice guidance for alcohol sales and deliveries during and after the COVID pandemic. And I would encourage the committee and the Liquor Commission and others involved in writing this to make sure that really those best practices are in place. And I will underscore the fact that while beer and wine, we can live with that as long as it's within the structure of at least the amendment, we would have major concerns with cocktails to go just because of the issues around sealed and unsealed. It goes on and on. A lot of states have experimented with this, and it's just a very difficult thing to regulate. Are we talking about a cup with a straw in it, or are we talking about something that's sealed? I just think we need a lot more information before we move in that direction. Let me just make sure I don't have anything else for my testimony. That concludes my testimony. I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Great. Thank you. I don't see any questions, so I think you're all set. Thank you very much. Okay, next up is Jamie Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Jamie Burnett. I'm here today representing the Wine Institute. The Wine Institute represents over 1,000 California wineries and affiliated businesses, and we support HB 176. We believe that the legislation is timely and essential for New Hampshire restaurants who, as we all know, are struggling with the economic fallout from COVID-19. And this would provide a much needed benefit for them and their customers. Wineries too have been hard hit by the loss of sales to on-premises licensees. Revenue losses due to COVID-19 for thousands of wineries could reach into the billions of dollars just in 2020 alone. And while direct-to-consumer shipment has increased during the pandemic, it doesn't compensate for the loss in revenue to sales to on-premises licensees. So while we support HB 176, there were some changes we were going to recommend, but in light of Representative McWilliams' testimony and the other testimony we've heard today, I think those will be addressed in the amendment. We have not seen the amendment yet, but we have seen the Senate bill, and that is something that we are also supportive of. One of those changes briefly was on the total amount of wine that could be delivered in one sale. I think the original bill had it 192 ounces. We support the 1.5 liters as a maximum, which is in the Senate bill. I would also note, just for background, that there are several other states that have either passed similar legislation or are considering similar legislation right now, including Rhode Island, Maine, and Connecticut are all considering similar legislation. States like Massachusetts, California, New York have passed this on a temporary basis, and states like Ohio, Iowa, and Oklahoma and Washington, D.C. have passed it on a permanent basis. So with that, we'll look forward to supporting the bill as amended, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, any questions? I see none. And just for the members, Stuart Tracy used to do the Wine Institute. He's since retired, and Jamie is taking over for the Wine Institute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, and welcome aboard. I see no questions, so we're all set. Thank you very much. And last but not least is Brian Moran. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Brian Moran. I'm Director of the Government Affairs for the New England Convenience Store and Energy Marketers Association. We represent convenience stores and gasoline retailers in New Hampshire. And according to the National Association of Convenience Stores, there are almost 900 stores in New Hampshire, 655 which sell motor fuels, and we employ over 14,000 people. Just wanted to say Nexima understands and appreciates the well-intentioned motivations in the legislation to address the economic impacts the pandemic has leveled on all retailers, and especially the restaurant and hospitality industry. However, Nexima is opposed to HB 176. As the pandemic unfolded in March and the executive orders were made, we did not oppose Governor Sunonu's executive orders that provided this flexibility for relief for on-premises permittees. However, to make these provisions permanent is unwarranted given that statewide vaccinations are expected to be largely completed by this fall, whereupon one can reasonably expect remarkable and widespread return to in-person socialization and accompanying patronization of restaurants and on other off-premise or on-premise permittees. If this doesn't happen, then the executive orders will likely still remain in place, and these relief measures will continue uninterrupted. And the reason is, prior to the pandemic, there was no necessity for these measures. So why should there be one after the state of emergency orders are lifted? By passing this bill, the committee may be unintentionally picking winners in this category, as the shape of the post-pandemic retail will continue to evolve. This is not equitable to those already in this category, nor appropriate, especially since there is no lack of outlets for purchasing beverages and wine across the state. Nexima suggests the committee instead consider an emergent post-vaccine viewpoint on this issue as opposed to this immediate horizon we're still in. In doing so, a course of action would involve continued reliance on the executive orders, and once rescinded, revisit the necessity and justification for any continuation of the measures currently authorized. At that point in time, the true need and necessity will be much clearer. Nexima encourages the members to vote against this bill and reevaluate its need, and particularly the justification for it, once widespread vaccinations are achieved and the emergency declarations are lifted. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any.
We do. Representative Burrows has a question.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. And that is, do you believe that that during the pandemic, there's certain market disruptions that have happened and have brought in new ways of doing business? And in some cases, these are actually market innovations. So do you think that, I mean, and I think some of these innovations may actually be positive. So I guess my question is, if this, because it may benefit another segment of the market, is that a reason to vote down the bill?
No, I think I think there's a real key point to understand how big of a problem are we really solving with passage of this bill, and that we're all for an open, competitive marketplace. And I believe, and even Mr. Summers couldn't identify in his testimony how many restaurateurs have taken advantage of this and tracked it and said, this is something that's really important. And to me, that I think is something that really needs to be looked at before the state takes action on this bill. And particularly as it relates to how retail is going to evolve post-pandemic. Hopefully, does that get at your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Abel has a question.
Mr. Moran, thank you for your testimony. I wonder if you have any evidence of damage or losing your stores losing in your segment losing sales because of the executive order. If you do, or can sort of generalize about that, that would be very helpful.
Sure, thank you for your question. I can't specifically identify drops in sales as it relates to our beer and wine sales. However, we can point to probably a 20 to 30% drop in sales overall in our stores.
Okay, Brian, isn't it true that right now your off-premise licensees are permitted to deliver beer and wine to consumers?
Correct.
So if I understand it, is that you're opposed to this bill because first you said you were all big for competitive marketplace and competition's good. If you have that right, why shouldn't the on-premise licensees also have the same right that you already have?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Chairman. I agree 100% in a competitive marketplace. However, the pandemic has created what I'd call extraordinary circumstances where the market had to change to provide relief on a temporary basis. And that's an artificial marketplace. And we're comfortable with that. However, to take that and now expand it once the marketplace returns to competition, we don't believe that this is necessarily something that is really even going to be beneficial for the restaurant industry.
Okay, well, they could be the judge of that, but
well, no, the reason I put that is nobody's even identified in the restaurant industry how valuable that has been for them in terms of their sales, and they haven't tracked it and said, gee, on an average of 10 restaurants, we've seen an increase of, wine and beer sales X amount.
Right. Well, and vice versa. I have not seen any retailer really promoting the fact that they would deliver beer and wine to consumers, even though they do have the right to do it. So we just because we made it because it's legal doesn't mean we're going to make a judgment about whether the marketplace is ready or wants this. I mean, it's true. The legislature is dealing with this only because because of what happened with the governor's orders. But we can assume, and I think your point is well taken. We got to assume this is going to be gone. A year from now, this is all going to be a distant memory.
Let's hope.
And so when we get to that place, the question then is since we already allow on off-premise licensees such as yourself to distribute, to sell and deliver alcohol, why shouldn't we also do that for on-premise licensees a year from now or going forward?
Right. And I think it's the marketplace is going to change and evolve, and we're not certain what that really is going to look like yet post-pandemic. And I believe that the restaurants chose to get permitted as on-premise consumption and licensees, and that's what they got. And we took the path of providing off-premise permitting and licensees to sell for off-site consumption. So in terms of the state determining these different permit categories, is now starting to blur those permit categories. And I think that's worthwhile. It's up for worthwhile discussion, I think. And particularly as it relates to what the true need is going to be come post-pandemic.
Fair enough. And I would say this is somewhat selfishly, this next question, but I would hope you can help me out. I want to know where there is an off-premise licensee in New Hampshire that actually is delivering.
I don't have that at the top of my fingertips, but I can circle back with you.
I'd love to see that because my Instacart, because they're a third party, they can't do it. So for my Hannafords, I'd love to order some beer along with my. So it'd be, and I know there's Drizzle is out there in other states, Drizzle. But if anything you can do to help me out on that one, I really would appreciate that, and I'm sure other people would be interested to know who is actually delivering. So.
Great.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is there any other questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Is there any attendee who would like to weigh in? Okay, seeing nobody, we will close the public hearing on House Bill 170. Oh, yeah, one last thing. It appears that this section that I was very concerned about is in the current statute, in the statute we're working in, and that as interpreted by one of the lobbyists who's Johnny on the spot, is that what they did was instead of just adding it to all be one paragraph, they decided to break it up into two sections of the statute. So even though it says repeal and reenacted, nothing is changed. The only thing it's reenacting is that it's just moved it in where it was located in the current statute. And with that, I will close the public hearing. And you all get this, but there were 20 in support and 4 opposed and 1 neutral. So once you all get that, you have that anyways. All right, good. We'll close the public hearing. And so next up is that we have an exec session at 1:15. Okay, any other questions from the committee members? Any before we recess for lunch? Okay. Oh,
I can answer for you, Mr. Chairman, or you're all set with that? Is that what you were talking? What the question was? Last page of the amendment. Okay.
Is that your same interpretation? Did you get a chance to look at it?
I would be happy to do a quick comparison of the text. I'm sure whoever gave you that information would have given you the straight.
Henry would never steer me wrong.
You would not.
So,
Okay.
all right. Thank you all very much, and we'll see you at 1:15. So Pam, I was just thinking that if there's nobody in the committee room, I can certainly from my computer mute the committee room, and that way I don't have to hear that fan when it's all
You
quiet.
do. The only problem with that is the only way to unmute it is to physically go down into the room. And so if Representative Osborne comes again for the exec session, I'd have to run down, or else I could call out to him to unmute it, or you could call out to him to unmute.
I just, it says, ask unmute. Oh, I see. Whoops. Did I just do that? Did I just mute it? Not,
You muted it, and that's okay. It's not, there's a solution to it. It's not the end of the world, but that's why, as long as it's quiet there, I like to leave it unmuted because, when he showed up last week, I didn't even see him.
I didn't, because he was off to the side and
Right. So, it was great that it was all, like if he had walked into the room, it had been muted and he had started talking, he might have been upset that nobody could hear him and wondered what was going on.
Well, that's what he did.
might
He
not
probably
have
did. He did exact that. He texted me and says, can't you fix the microphone in here?
So it's not a insolvable problem, but that's the reason.
Okay. Well, I did create the problem. So yes.
Okay, well,
Are you there? Are you at the State House or are you at home?
yeah, I'm at the State House, so I
Okay.
can run down there. It's
And-
fine. I'll
and-
run down there at 1:10 and just unmute it, just in case he shows up, so we don't have an awkward.
Well, you might as well go ahead and unmute it. I shouldn't have done that. That was
No, it's fine. It's fine. I mean,
I didn't know that that if I muted it, that I couldn't unmute it, that I had to rely on them. to unmute it. But
Right.
now you learn something new every day.
I know. You're in Zoom world. All right. I
All
will
right.
post the lunch notice in a sec.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Pam, I didn't know if you knew you were not muted. This is Christy.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Representative Greason.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it true you teach meteorology?
I do. I'm not teaching this semester. They didn't have any sections available. They've been reducing sections, and they've had some declining enrollment, stuff like that. So being a teaching lecturer, not full-time faculty, I get second pickings. But I do teach meteorology. I also teach physical science, and when I get a chance, I also get to teach college algebra, and I love all of it.
Good, excellent. Is that your main job, teaching?
Actually, I just started year before last at teaching. I've been wanting to for a long time. I have a friend who's a professor back in Oklahoma, and he told me I just need to do it. He gave me the references and twisted my arm. He said, "I can hire you if you'll move back to Oklahoma." And I said, well, I kind of like New Hampshire, so I'm going to stay right where I'm at and see what Plymouth State will do for me. So I just went there, talked to him, and got hired on. I love it.
Well, hopefully next year we'll be back to normal.
I hope so too. I thoroughly enjoy teaching, but I hate the Zoom method. I am a one-on-one in the classroom kind of person. So
Good.
All right, hour being 1:15, and yeah, here. Okay. Anybody in the committee room? No.
No, I don't believe so. I was there just a minute ago and unmuted the machine just in case.
Right, and then I see papers on a table there.
Yeah, we distribute, that's where we put all the copies of the bills. For anybody that might show up. So that was us. It's not a person.
So I am getting bombarded, Pam, of people asking for amendments, a copy of amendments. And normally they would just walk into the committee, they would contact Carrie and have that, and she would take care of it. So I'm a little
Yeah, well, if Carrie has, I mean, Carrie has a lot of amendments, and if they've been sent in, she has them and she can send them to people.
No, I know, but I guess people don't know Kerry exists or something, but so they're asking me for copies of amendments, which is.
Well, you could forward those on to her.
As my wife says, delegate. I go,
Right, forward
time,
them.
the effort for me to do that. Yeah, I say I could just forward it to her. So.
Excuse me. As a freshman, legislate. Do we have to request amendments?
So yeah, so if let me put it this way. So if there's several different kinds of process for amendments. So let's say you were here in the committee and we're executing a bill. Okay, we would not vote on a bill unless everybody has the amendment in their hands. Okay, and normally when we want to get them out. So what happens is, but general is that if you were a lobbyist or an interested citizen and there's an amendment, you would normally call 3369 and get the committee office, and Carrie would then take their information and then she would send them a copy of the amendment or do that. Okay, let alone it's in the file, so that someone could come in and say, can I see a copy of the amendment? It's in the file. So, but because she's not there and we're not there, then so everybody just says, well, next best thing, I'll contact the chairman and have him send it to me. And that's what I'm my little frustration about how we've got to, get these amendments out. Anytime a person who's testifying is going to bring, like for Representative McWilliams, she went and just sent it to all of us to our emails. And if someone didn't get it, that means it's probably sitting in their junk file, or their spam file. So I don't know, but normally what you should be doing is that if you're going to testify or if you have an amendment for the bill, you want to go online to the House, page where you say you want to speak, or not speak, but at that place, that's where you can upload that amendment, and that would then be sent to all of us automatically.
Well, thank you for the clarification that in normal times, I don't know how this is going to work out now, but in normal times, in any governing body I've ever been a part of, the members of the committee of the governing body are presented with the amendment in writing before they consider the amendment. And they aren't responsible for going around and searching for it themselves.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Welcome to New Hampshire.
It's just we don't have staff and that kind of stuff. So yes. Yes.
This is Connie. I have an amendment for the first bill coming up in the exec that went to you and to Pam. I did not disseminate it to the group. Did I screw up? It did go. Actually, Pam is the one that requested it for me. It's the one that just changed and to or.
Right. Yeah. So I assumed everybody got it.
I didn't send it. I don't know. Did you send it to the rest of us?
No, I wasn't positive you weren't going to make further changes to it.
Okay.
Just the and to the or. Would it be totally awful if you were to send it out right now by email to everyone?
Yeah.
My other email computer is downstairs.
Well, then
It's the first bill.
It is the first bill, 312. And it was the change of and to or, which I mentioned
So not everybody got that amendment then. So I guess we won't exec it. I mean, I could, if everybody can't get it, if you can get the amendment, we can exec it. We'll just push
Sorry,
it
I
off.
just made an assumption that it would come through you or to Pam. Pam, would you mind sending that out to everyone for me, please, or shall I do it?
If you have it right handy, that would be great.
I don't, because I'm in the same boat that John is. I can't switch to my email this time.
Well, I can. Yeah, well, right. In terms of computers, but I mean, yes. Yeah.
Right.
Jane,
I can find it. Maybe not in the next 30 seconds, but I can find it.
Okay, thank you.
I can move it on. Yes, Jane is next. Yes, Jane.
Yeah, I just emailed Carrie just to find out if she's in the loop about amendments. I hope I'm not overstepping my boundaries, but she's a friend of mine, so I just wanted to know where are the amendments?
So,
Mr. Chair, another moment of levity before we move on to serious matters. I
okay.
attended the NCSL webinar for new state representatives yesterday. I
Uh-huh.
have to tell you how amused I was at the counsel given by colleagues in other states that we should remember to always be courteous and kind to the members of our personal staff. I'm still trying to find mine.
You have a drawer in the office. That's your staff.
Well, then of course at lunchtime, I don't know if you guys got it, but I got a bunch of therapists who called me, and when they realized that they were calling my cell phone number, they, well, I'm sorry, this is the number we have. I go, well, that's my number. And I thought I was you're calling your office and staff, and I go, well yeah. Are you in New Hampshire? You realize they only pay us $100 a year, you know? So
Right.
okay. All right. Well, we don't have to exec anything today. Okay. So we can just move on, and but now we have all this time certain stuff. Okay. Well, we're all right for the next one. All right.
Do we know which one of these bills have amendments?
So the only bill that I wanted to pass was going to be 312. And yes, I knew there was an amendment, but it never crossed my mind that not everybody got that amendment. So at this point,
So we don't know that if the others have amendments or not?
I wouldn't be entertaining an amendment. I'd be entertaining a different motion. so let's, okay. Anyway, so the next bill, executive, so we're at 475, which is 120, so 123, so we're good. Prohibiting the production of a driver's license or non-driver's picture identification card as a condition of conducting certain business. So would anybody like to make an inexpedient legislation motion for me? Anybody like to move ITL?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Speaking of amendments, I literally just got, he hasn't even, Jordan Ollery, the prime sponsor on this, hasn't even sent the amendment. He has sent the amendment work to OLS based on an email we received from Insurance Auto Auction.
So you would want to wait until we see his amendment? Is that what you're saying?
We can retain it, but that would hold up the bill for.
Oh, no, we're not retaining anything at the moment. Right now, I'm interested in, I'll be frank. Right now, I'm interested in killing all the rest of these bills. So we can discuss that. But so I'm looking for someone who's willing to make an ITL motion. If nobody wants to make an ITL motion, then
I'll make that motion.
Okay, who is that? Is that you, Chris?
Yes, it was.
Okay. All right. Representative Herbert, second by Representative Petusek, moves inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 475. And he's recognized to speak to his motion.
Well, basically, if I remember correctly, this was almost a side issue, and it was a complication that
well, yeah,
in order to do the business, you couldn't. I can't remember exactly what it was, but the driver's license or non-driver's picture identification card is a condition of conducting certain businesses, and it sounded to me as though it was unnecessary. In other words, why? What are we doing here? And he didn't have a good answer for me anyway. And so,
if I could step in, we do have a letter from New Hampshire Fish and Game that it would be a real problem for hunting licenses.
I was about to mention that.
Okay.
We also have one about the age 65 and over free entry into the state parks.
Right.
Which would be something against we senior citizens.
Yeah. Okay, and I as I stated publicly when we had the hearing, is that I do require renters to, when they book with me, to send them a copy of their driver's license. And A is to make sure that they really are, over 30, which is what we require. But B is that it's helpful for me to make sure that they really are fine, upstanding citizens, and I should not worry about them renting to my house if their driver's license and the check number and the contract they sign and the check they sign all have the same address. So I know there's nothing flaky going on. So, okay. Representative Abramson is the next one with his hand up. Yes, Representative Abramson.
So I don't agree with ITLing the bill, and the reason is that the underlying problem that the bill is attempting to deal with is lots of other people storing your a photocopy or scan of your driver's license, and then having the information get out there somehow, and having serious identity theft problems, and not having any way of being able to track it down and find out who was careless with your information. The problem that the bill attempts to deal with is to try to put a stop to businesses essentially either sharing your information or keeping your information in a way that it's not secure. And as I read it, the bill's intent is to simply require that a business have a policy on making sure that your private information doesn't get out. Since the voters voted, I think 89% in favor of that constitutional amendment in favor of protection of privacy, I'll be voting against the ITL and in favor of retaining the bill and letting the prime sponsor come up with his exemption on this one issue.
Representative McCure.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. Unfortunately, I take my car in to get repaired way too much, and they give me a loaner car. How am I going to get a loaner car without showing my license? It's just not going to happen. And then they know I'm going to come in again, so they do retain it. Unfortunately, that's the way they do the business, and I can't see how they would do it any other way. Thank you.
Okay. Any more discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chair, who was the second on that motion?
Representative Petusek.
Okay, thank you.
And do we all need to be seen on our videos?
Yeah, so Tina, you need to turn your computer on, and Max, you need to turn your computer on so we can see your smiling faces. You do. Nice teeth.
I had mine cleaned yesterday.
Chairman,
you're getting really daring. You had your teeth cleaned when
I did.
Well, wait. So Max, are you turning your camera on? There we go. Perfect. Okay. The clerk will call the roll on inexpedient to legislate.
Right. Just catching up here. Okay, Representative John Petusek.
Yes.
Representative Jason Osborne. Representative Keith Ammon, that's me, yes. Representative Max Abramson.
No.
Representative Bonnie Ham.
Yes.
Representative Joseph DePalma.
He's not here.
Representative Jeffrey Creason.
Yes.
Representative Dawn Johnson.
Yes.
Representative Paul Terry.
You're
Representative
muted, Paul.
Yes, yes.
Representative Christy Bartlett.
Yes.
Representative Richard Abel.
Yes.
Representative Christopher Herbert.
Yes.
Representative Constance Van Houten.
Yes.
Do you prefer Connie or Constance?
You probably should skip the first name. Just say representative in their last name.
Representative Fargo.
Yes.
Representative Weston.
Yes.
Representative Bellew.
Yes.
Representative Burrows.
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
And Representative Hunt.
Yes.
All right. The vote looks like 16-1.
Okay. Max, are you okay with putting this on the consent calendar, or would you like this to be on the regular calendar? You're muted.
Back on mute. I have no objection. I'd like to write a minority report if that's all right.
Then you has to be on the regular calendar. Okay, so leave it on the regular calendar, and there would be a minority report. All right, next up.
May I ask, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I owe you a minority report from last week. Can you give me a date of when I've got to have that into you?
Well, it's not an early, that was the statements bill, right? That you did the minority report on the.
Right.
Mr. Chair, I believe it was the paper statements.
Whatever.
Paper statements, yeah.
And I have it here.
That was an early bill, so yeah, I got to get that right away.
Okay, I'll give it to you today.
Okay.
A question for the chair.
Mr. Chair, can you send a form for the majority report
Just write out the report and email it to me.
at the Prodigy address?
Yes. Yes.
The motion for the minority position can't be retained. Is that correct? It has to be.
Correct. So Max, your motion is going to be ought to pass with an amendment, or is your motion going to be ought to pass?
I'll just say ought to pass, even though.
Okay.
I mean, I think we'd have to introduce an amendment. This is the first time I've ever heard that we can't support a motion to retain.
So what happened is I have to admit to you that I was a little caught off guard too. Interim study is a prevailing motion, but you can only use the interim study in the second year of the biennium session. So in the first year, the retaining is what's holding on to a bill. And so no, you can't use that as a motion. And I always knew that, but like I say, when retaining was invented, it originally was something the chair could just do. The chair could say, my sense is this bill is not ready for prime time, so I decide I'm going to retain it. But they took that away and say now they're having a vote. So it's a little disconcerting. But at this point, the process is you would have to, if you went, let's say, for instance, you went back to the sponsor, he got you an amendment, you can have that amendment put in the calendar so you can make a motion about to pass as amended.
I know that's kind of bizarre. If you think something should just be held on to, you should be able to make that motion, and that's what we're behind. And I'm seeing a lot of that this session.
You have to convince the committee of that motion at this point. That you got to convince us that we all agree to retain it. But I didn't think there was a lot of momentum for that position. So, okay. So at this point, the minority motion will be ought to pass. All right. Are we ready?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to interject briefly to say that the amendment to House Bill 312 has been sent out to everybody. So I understand that you can't all access it right now through your email, but it is in your email boxes.
Thank you, Pam.
Okay, perfect. So, all right. So what's the next one?
109.
109, relative referral of debts for collection. Anybody would like to make the motion on that one? Yeah, Representative Johnson?
I make the motion for ITL.
ITL, second by Representative Patusek. And Representative Johnson's recognized to speak to her motion.
Okay. I had help. This bill requires creditors to affirm notice to a consumer 2 weeks before a bill on the service, which may be sent to a collections. It is really hard to notify someone if they are no longer at the address that you have on file. I think it's gonna cost many businesses more money than it needs to be, and I think it honestly is time consuming, and most debt collectors have more of ability to find these people, and most of these people already know they owe the money. They're just avoiding it. And so to have a 2 weeks notice before they get sent to collections, I think is a waste of time.
Okay, any more discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll on inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 475.
You mean House Bill 109?
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
that
I
was
went backwards. Yeah, right,
That's
sorry. Right. Okay.
We aren't all on video right now.
Okay, so there we go. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for Joyce.
Okay, the motion is ITL on 109.
109, sorry. Yes.
Okay. Representative Patusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne, Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Abramson,
Aye.
Representative Ham,
Yes.
Representative De Palma, Representative Greason,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Bartlett,
Yes.
Representative Abel,
No.
Representative Herbert, Representative Herbert,
Chris, you're muted.
Yes.
Representative Van Houten,
Yes.
Representative Fargo,
Yes.
Representative Weston,
Yes.
Representative Bellew,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative McAleer.
Yes.
All right.
And yes.
I'm sorry. Representative Hunt. Yes.
Okay.
All right. So 16-1.
16-1. Rich, are you okay with putting this on the consent calendar? Or do you-
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So all those in favor of placing on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay. All right. Next is House Bill 313 relative to property restrictions on certain amateur radio antennas. Who would like to make the motion? Representative Patusek?
I move ITL.
Representative Patusek, seconded by,
I'll second it.
who's that?
Christie Bartlett.
Representative Bartlett, seconded by Representative Bartlett, who's in expedient to legislate.
And raised.
And it will get you in a second. The motion was made by Representative, I'm sorry, I'm spacing out.
Me.
Is recognized to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Although the intent is good, I have serious questions about the personal property placed on common ground. It overrides, in my opinion, it overrides the condo association, its members, and their rights. So that's what really bothers me. And I don't believe that this thing should pass as an OTP.
Okay. All right. So Representative Terry, you have your hand up.
Yes, one moment. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you may recall, or as we may recall, the discussions surrounding this particular bill, I indicated as an amateur radio operator in the past that I was sympathetic because of all the good work that they do. It didn't seem reasonable to place any restrictions on what somebody could do inside their own domicile. I agreed at your suggestion to request that Representative Aldrich follow up with you and send you some photos and begin working on the issues and questions that were presented at the time that we entertained the bill. Sir, unless you've heard from him, I could not, I would be sympathetic to retaining this, but in view of the fact that he's done nothing to follow up on my suggestion to him to send you photos and to address some of those concerns, reluctantly, I'm going to have to vote ITL.
Okay. Representative Weston.
Yeah, during the discussion, there were also some problems with the legislation that Representative Aldrich agreed would have to be corrected, but we've seen no amendment on this.
Right.
So there's no sense in us even thinking about passing it.
Representative Abramson.
I received a lot of, so I'll be supporting retain again. And the reason is that the bill is, most of the bill is good, and it attempts to resolve a problem where antennas are being taken down by homeowners associations. And because these amateur radio antennas have been used a number of times for emergencies, including, I think what was it, we received that email, was it the Enterprise that caught fire and lost radio communication, and they had to use some type of radio. It was picked up by an amateur homeowner. I think that because, especially living on the seacoast, where we're exposed to a lot of different types of disaster and a lot of different types of danger near the nuclear power plant and whatnot, that this is something that benefits the public a lot. And although there may be some wording errors in the bill, it's worth it for us to keep it around and either ask the sponsor to deal with the concerns of committee members, or we can deal with it ourselves. It looks like it's just the one issue that was causing a problem.
I would have to tell you, I totally disagree. There's one issue. Fundamental problem of this bill is that it is someone, if you buy into a condo, you are agreeing to abide by the condo's rules and regulations. And there was no towers being taken down. You made that statement, but I don't know any towers taken down. I know that their ham radio operators might have asked to put up a tower and they were told no. Okay. But the issue in this case was trying to flush out that if somebody had the antenna inside their condo unit and was running wires around the ceiling or whatever they did, okay, if the condo association doesn't have regulations about what you do inside your condos, which I'm pretty much sure most of them don't, then that's not a problem. And there is no problem, and the legislation is not necessary. But if you're going to start using common space or use the outside abilities or want to do anything, and we're going to have the same question that comes up with the solar panels. No, you should not have bought into a condo, frankly. And maybe that's rude of me to say that, but if you really want one of these things and you really want to do these things, then you need to go buy, like me, go out, buy lots of land, and you can do whatever you want with it. Okay. And the town zoning, but and there could be a town zoning related to towers. All right. And that, so at the end of the day, that, the condos, have the rules, and for us, the legislature, to step on their rules and what their policies are, seems to me incredibly inappropriate. So, and welcome, Representative Osborne. So, are you all set, Max, or do you have your hand still up?
I just wanted to disagree with the first thing that you said, that it was only about towers, but antenna and antenna support structure are two different things. And in any case, you move into an area, even if as a homeowners association or a condo association, and the rules are one way, and then afterwards people want to come up, they want to vote in some new rule. And I think it's kind of unexpected that someone would insist that you take a dish or an antenna or something else down that's outside that you would normally expect to be like just an antenna. It might be a tall antenna, but it's only an antenna. I think that there's merit to the bill. It may need a bit of work, but that's up to the sponsor, in my opinion.
Fair enough. Representative Creason.
Yes, sir. One thing that this bill does not address is homeowners associations, and only deals with condos. And so I know Representative Abramson keeps using the term homeowners associations, and this bill actually does not deal with homeowners associations. So just a minor phraseology there, but they are two different things.
Oh, yes.
That is correct. Representative Terry, you wanted to speak again?
Yes, if it's in order, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move the question.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Any more discussion about, I don't see any more discussion on the motion. So, all right. So the motion is inexpedient to legislate, and the clerk will call the roll.
It was moved by Representative Patusek and seconded by Representative Bartlett, correct?
Correct.
Okay, calling the roll. Representative Patusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Abramson,
No.
Representative Ham,
Yes.
Representative De Palma,
He's still not here.
Representative Greason,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Bartlett,
Yes.
Representative Abel,
Yes.
Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative Van Houten,
Yes.
Representative Fargo,
Yes.
Representative Weston,
Yes.
Representative Bellew,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
Okay, that's 17-1.
17-1. Representative Abramson, do you want to write a minority report, or do you want to, or are you okay with putting this on the consent calendar?
I think that this is fine for consent.
Okay. All those in favor of placing this bill on the consent calendar, please say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? So moved unanimously. Okay. All right. House Bill 166, relative safety requirements for pools on foreclosed residential property. Anybody would like to make a motion on that one?
Johnson.
Okay, Representative Johnson, second by Representative Patusek, moves inexpedient to legislate. Representative Johnson's recognized to speak for a motion.
So the biggest thing on this one was most of they already have pieces in the associations where they have to already do this. So I see no point in making it a law or an RSA to do it when they're already doing it. I think we have no reason to do it.
Right. So theoretically, every pool has got a fence around it anyways.
Right.
And B is that the mortgage companies are required by Fannie Mae to cover over it. Okay, Representative Burrows, you're recognized to speak to the motion of ITL.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. I actually am in favor of passing this bill for one reason. And that is protecting children. I lived down the street from a house with a pool that was not fenced and that was empty for 2 years. And I can tell you it was a magnet for every child in the neighborhood and beyond. So for that reason, I support passing it, even if it's to save one child's life.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll. You're muted, Keith.
Don't have enough hands here. The motion was made by Johnson, Representative Johnson, and seconded by Representative Patusek.
Correct.
I'm just repeating that so I get it right for the.
No, that's-
Okay, Representative Patusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Abramson,
Aye.
Representative Ham,
Yes.
Representative De Palma,
still not here.
Representative Greason,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Bartlett,
No.
Representative Abel,
No.
Representative Herbert.
No.
Sorry, I don't know why my phone's ringing. Representative Van Houten,
No.
Representative Fargo,
I didn't hear you, Tina. You're muted.
Sorry, no.
Representative Weston,
No.
Representative Bellew,
No.
Representative Burrows,
No.
Representative McAleer,
No.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
So that is 9-9. The motion fails, right?
Okay, the motion fails. You guys want to retain it? I guess for those who voted no.
I would support.
I would pass.
I'm asking someone who voted to no on the previous motion. Is anybody there willing to?
I would.
Yes,
Whose phone is doing that?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Representative.
thank you. I'd like to make a motion to retain.
Okay, good.
I'll second that motion,
Uh,
Chairman.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Chris McAleer.
McAleer, sorry. Okay, so Representative Bartlett, second by Representative McAleer, moves to retain House Bill 166. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Point of
Yeah.
information, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Terry.
Hypothetical here, but what happens in a case where all motions fail?
That is almost catastrophic. And that is that if a motion fails, if we can't get any motion to pass, then it has to leave the committee and go to the House floor with no recommendation,
Right.
and the prevailing motion will be ought to pass. So we don't ever want to be in that place. Okay, so the motion is to retain.
Huh.
Representative Amidon?
Yep. They gave me lots of forms to fill out here. One second here. So I need another, okay, I'm sorry. This is the first experience with a failed motion.
Now, whose phone is ringing all this time?
It's mine. I have to have my, I put it out into the hallway there.
Can you take it off the hook?
I threw mine into the bathroom, into the bedroom the other day. I couldn't get it to stop.
And meanwhile, I've gotten 3 voicemails, and I'm sure all these calls are about that mental health bill, about the clawback bill.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ready, Keith?
Almost. Sorry about this. Looks like I saved over my template, so I have to start over here. The motion is to retain.
Motion is to retain.
Representative Patusik,
No.
Representative Osborne,
No, whose music is that?
That's mine. I have to have the sound on to answer the question.
Yes.
Music off?
Representative Osborne, you vote yes to retain.
Correct.
Representative Ammon, no. Representative Abramson,
Aye.
Representative Ham. Representative Ham,
Yes.
Representative De Palma. Representative Greason,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Bartlett,
Sorry, yes.
Representative Abel,
Yes.
Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative Van Houten,
Yes.
Representative Fargo,
Yes.
Representative Weston,
Yes.
Representative Bellew, excuse me,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
Okay, that's 16-2.
Okay. Okay, the last one is House Bill 473, establishing a renter's insurance notification requirement. Who would like to make a motion on that one?
Johnson, the ITL.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'll second the motion to ITL.
Okay, Representative
Representative Greason, thank you.
Johnson, seconded by Representative Greason, moves inexpedient to legislate. And Representative Johnson, you're recognized to speak to your motion.
Yes, this bill would require landlords to include residential rental agreements for more than 1 month, a statement that informs the renters that the landlord's insurance does not cover the tenant's belongings with a loss of damage, that the landlord recommends that the tenant purchase renter's insurance. This bill will not prevent the harm that is intended to preclude. It does not address a situation where there is no renter's agreements. Just because there is a line in a lease doesn't not mean that the tenant is going to read the lease or understand it. The requirements create unnecessary legal liability to the landlord. It is a trap for small home landlords. The burden of teaching about insurance belongs on the individual, not on landlords. No insurance requirement for automobiles, nor do dealers have to go through these kind of situations. So why should landlords? Lastly, it is not the government's place to dictate what should be in a private business contract. There are also way too many far-reaching unintended consequences of this bill.
Okay. Representative Greason, you're first.
I have nothing additional to add to it, just that this is an unnecessary addition of legislation. It's something so simple that there's no need to legislate something like this.
Representative Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard so much testimony. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that the committee is taking the opposite view of your party's sponsors. We heard lots of testimony about renters in the state that do not understand how insurance works. There was another fire yesterday in Raymond. A number of the tenants there have no insurance. The towns will be having to step in. Red Cross needs to step in. Though I agree that people should know this, there are too many that don't. And my motion, I would oppose this motion. I'd like to see it retained and amended as it was last year. This bill didn't come in exactly the way we had amended it last year. So if the motion to kill it does not pass, I would like to make another motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Van Houten, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I definitely agree that this is an education issue and that we need to educate young people, I do feel that if this is in legislation, it will be a step toward that kind of education. It will become more broadly known and it will help young people, particularly going into their first apartment or their first lease agreement, to understand this and to take care of themselves. We've seen the fires that are devastating. The front page of the Union Leader today shows the Raymond fire to which Representative Bartlett alluded. And Although, as I said, I do understand the idea that it's an education component. We need to foster making that education go forward. And therefore, I would agree that OTP would be the better option. Thank you.
Okay, Representative McAleer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly believe that this should be added to a lease agreement. It's just a notification. It's very, very simple. It doesn't cause the landlord any liability. I'm a real estate agent, and if you work with a ton of disclosure statements and purchase and sale agreements, it goes way beyond this in making people sure that they understand exactly what they're getting into. This is no different than that. It's a very, very simple way for the landlord to simply say, hey, look, by the way, you might want to insure your property because I don't insure it. It's so simple. I can't believe that anybody would not support this. Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you, it's actually, I think it's so simple that we don't want to do this. Frankly, if the simple question is, do you really think the landlord's going to pay insurance, pay for your insurance? Did the landlord ask you what your value of the contents is worth? And I mean, most people don't even read the lease. All right. They're just so happy to get the property, they move in the lease. What I didn't like is the unintended consequences of if a landlord finds out that we have passed legislation that says that anytime you sign a new lease, you have this, the landlord is now going to say is, well, I don't want to give a lease then. If I don't do it, I want to do everything verbal. I don't want to do this. So I think that would do a disservice to renters to not get a written lease and know exactly what they should have and shouldn't, what's in the lease and what's not. And it basically is, to me, passing this legislation is to tell landlords, well, this is just the beginning, and who knows what else we're going to add into the statute, that you're now don't sign a lease, don't give a lease, so you don't have to be worried about whether you are, whether you're in or not, whether you have this thing that can happen to you. And worst of it is that it doesn't even clarify what happens if you don't put it in the lease. So the idea that we're passing legislation, I'll let you speak. The idea that we let you put something into the lease that maybe may or may not have any consequences to it, that's supposed to inform people things. I just think that is much better communicated by a real estate agent, or whoever helped them find that apartment, to let them know, oh, by the way, I know I might be stating the obvious, but the landlord's insurance is covering the building, ain't covering your property. So I think it's just a misuse of government to be, forcing into documents that is purely educational, I guess is the way it's phrased. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hump. But I couldn't disagree with you more. If you have a lease agreement and you tell your tenants that you should read this and you've got to check this off, you've got to initial this, my God, the landlord is totally free and clear. You've accepted, the tenant has accepted the liability. I think landlords would love this, or they should. Let's put it that way. Thank you.
Then they should do it on their own. They don't need to be told to do it. Okay, so I see some more hands up. Representative Johnson, did you? Well, you jump.
I wasn't sure if I was muted or not. Dogs keep barking. So basically, you're trying to tell landlords how to run their business. It's not fair. Government has no right to tell a business how to run their business and what to put in their lease. It's their lease.
Okay.
Also learn to educate themselves and have their parents and those around them educate them. Plain and simple.
I'm muting you, Chris. We can hear your laugh. Okay. Representative Greason.
I think this becomes a stepping stone. It's a nice to have kind of thing, to be able to sit down with your tenant and explain to them that my homeowner's policy does not cover your household goods, that you should get renter's insurance. I know in places where we rented, that was just explained to us, and it was never necessarily a part of any lease agreement. So it's a nice thing to have. But when you put it down, this starts the process of, well, now, because not enough people are getting the clue that they need to get their own, and they may choose not to get the insurance policy even after it being in the lease. Now it's required that you have a little line item, kind of like as a real estate agent, you have all those disclosures. Well, you have to sign those disclosures, and you have to show as both the agent that you showed those disclosures to your client. They have to sign that, and then you have to sign it as the agent as well. And that's all presented in your packet of information. So the next step is now that the landlord has to actually have the tenant acknowledge in the lease that you explained that portion, then what other portions of the lease, and it just begins to snowball. Next thing you know, the landlord is required to carry a renter's policy in his lease. And yes, it starts with education, but then it becomes a mandate of some kind of a purchase. So I love the idea of telling people. I told my son he has to have his own renter's insurance, and he rents from me. And so he's on his own. If he chooses not to, my insurance doesn't cover his goods. Education is good, but this is not necessary.
Representative Van Houten. A little bit of delay there.
Connie, you get your hands up.
Yeah, okay. She took her hand back down.
You're
Okay.
muted.
And Representative McAleer, you're all set? Okay. Is there any more discussion on the motion of inexpedient to legislate? Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
And just refresh my memory, who made the motion, who seconded?
I believe it was Representative Johnson in the motion and Representative Greason
That's correct.
second the motion.
Yes. Could you repeat the motion, please?
The
Thank you.
motion is inexpedient to legislate.
Representative Patusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Abramson,
Aye.
Representative Ham,
Yes.
Representative De Palma, Representative Greason,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Bartlett,
No.
Representative Abel. Representative Abel,
You just muted, you were unmuted, Rich. Yeah.
I'm sorry. No.
Representative Herbert,
No.
Representative Van Houten,
No.
Representative Fargo,
Tina.
Sorry, no.
Representative Weston,
No.
Representative Bellew,
No.
Representative Burrows,
No.
Representative McAleer,
No.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
That is 9-9, the motion fails.
Okay, Representative Bartlett, seconded by Representative McAleer, moves retain of House Bill 473.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'd like to make the motion to retain. I will bring forth an amendment and we can discuss this in September and next January.
Right. Fair enough. Any more discussion on the motion of retaining? Seeing none, the House will, the clerk will call the roll.
I just need a second. here. Representative Patusek,
Yes.
Representative Osborne,
Yes.
Representative Ammon, yes. Representative Abramson,
No.
Representative Ham,
Yes.
Representative De Palma, Representative Greason,
Yes.
Representative Johnson,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Bartlett,
Yes.
Representative Abel,
Yes.
Representative Herbert,
Yes.
Representative Van Houten,
Yes.
Representative Fargo,
Yes.
Representative Weston,
Yes.
Representative Bellew,
Yes.
Representative Burrows,
Yes.
Representative McAleer,
Yes.
Representative Hunt.
Yes.
Vote is 17-1.
Okay, that's it for the exec session. So we'll move out of the exec session and we'll start our public hearing. And our first bill is House Bill 416, allowing hobby distillation of liquors. And I'm going
Mr. Chair, I have to run over and testify in another bill, and then I'll be right back.
Fair enough.
I'm not sure how to do this, but
Okay, so anyone who would like to speak on this bill, would you please just raise your hand so I can move you over? Okay, there's Scott. Great. Promote the panelist.
Representative Scott Wallace.
Right. So apologize for the delay, Scott, and welcome to the House of Commerce Committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh my God. Okay, everybody please remute. Thank you. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt, members of the committee. House Bill 416 would amend RSA 175B1 to allow the hobby distillation of liquor. As you know, home brew and homemaking of wine just became lawful in New Hampshire in 2012 or so. The natural progression of the hobby, making wine and beer, is that you'd like to at some point in time perhaps make some brandy or some bourbon. This bill would allow those of us that make our own wine and beer to do so, but only from the already limited quantity of wine or beer that we can already produce. This is not moonshining. This is more of a craft activity on a very small scale. If you were to spend the time and produce the maximum amount of wine or beer you could produce presently, you would produce at best possibly 20 gallons in an annual basis, which is a tremendous amount of work. Presently, Missouri, Maine, Massachusetts, Michigan, Alaska, Ohio, and Rhode Island allow this, although it is still prohibited federally. Currently, the TTB, or the alcohol tax arm of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, does not enforce the small scale, the hobbyists at this point in time. They target the moonshiners that are actually turning a profit doing this. Most of the people that are involved in this activity are, as I said, artisans, very small scale, using stainless steel and electrified equipment. So there's virtually no risk of fire, no risk of lead poisoning. Those are, that's in the old backwoods days before lead-free silver solder was the requirement in plumbing code throughout the country. That's where we're at this point in time. Hopefully we can get a little traction on this year. Yes, it's still prohibited federally, but passage of this would allow New Hampshire to be right on board when this becomes lawful at the federal level. And with that, I'd be more than happy to take any questions. And I cannot hear you, Chairman Hunt.
Okay, Representative Bartlett.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Would you be able to help us remember the bill that was brought forth in the last term? Didn't this come forward earlier?
Yes, I have brought this bill forward in previous sessions.
And may I ask another question?
Further question, may inquire.
Thank you. I don't know much about distilling liquors. I have to admit that. But I think some of the concerns we had was regarding poisoning, and I don't believe it was lead poisoning that we were worried about. We were worried about the alcohol content and how hobbyists can control that. Would you be able to answer that question?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's a very good question. hobbyists and artisan distillers are distinctly different from mass producers, and we only keep the very best, what they call the hearts of the production run. Making liquor or distilling wine or wash or beer into an alcohol, it's not much different than making jam, in that when you start the process, the first bit of material that comes from the still contains the terpenes and the nasty bits, if you will, that have the poisonous type of alcohol that comes out first. In a large for-profit enterprise, those distillers are going to keep the maximum amount of material that they can, so they get the maximum yield on their products. The artisans, we do it a little bit differently. So say from a small still, you got a 5-gallon charge in there, you might produce 1.5 gallons of what you of a rye. When it starts producing, it's going to only run for a little bit of time, and you only keep the very best, which is the middle portion of the run, if you will. I don't know what the federal regulations are, but typically on a 5-gallon still, you're going to produce about 1/2 cup of harmful product that comes out first at the lower temperatures. Once the still gets up to, I believe the temperature is 168 or 170 degrees, that's all good, clean alcohol at that point in time. So typically the artisans discard probably 1/2 gallon initially, so you're certain to get all of those bad products out, and you keep just the best, and you discard the tail ends of it as well.
Ask another question.
Further question, may I inquire?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how would let's say a first-time hobbyist who isn't getting coached, is just reading a recipe book, presumably, how would they know how much of the poisonous product to discard?
Excellent question. And from everything that I have read over the last decade or more years, every single recipe, every book that I've read on the subject, that is the very, very beginning in the preface. And just to make you aware of the risks of that. And there's typically a chart as to the scale of your still, how much you should discard. And most people discard twice that amount from initially, just to make sure. Also, as you're producing this, you typically put it in a small containers so that you can do your blending, just like a blended scotch is going to be made of all the best portions, or the cuts, if you will, from at the distilling process. That first 1/2 cup or so, you probably wouldn't drink it just because of the odor coming from it. It smells like a cross between rubbing alcohol and nail polish.
I wouldn't drink it right, but that's okay.
But so
I'm sorry, may I ask one more question?
The nose is most unpalatable. I don't think anybody would drink it just because of the fumes coming off of it.
Thank you. May I ask one more question?
Sure.
And I'm sorry, this is serious for me.
Sure.
Because I'm not a whiskey aficionado. I did go to a whiskey tasting in Scotland and decided I was not going to do it again. But my concern is if these are hobbyists, so they don't sell it, but the feds are still outlawing it because those who do sell, who are for-profit distillers, have a lot of regulations on them. How do we as a state know that these distillers can test their product not to be poisonous?
That's a good question. I don't know that there's any test per se, short of doing some type of chromatography, or you need some type of test equipment to do that. And not knowing the process, for example, there's multiple distilleries like in Londonderry, I think Jenkins is over there. So that's an excellent question. I'm not sure how we would be able to regulate that. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
Okay, Representative McAleer.
Yes, thank you, Representative Hunt. How much in theory could an artisan, how much proof could they obtain in theory? Could they obtain what grain alcohol has?
Thank you for the question, Representative. That's a good question. That is a function of the type of still that they're operating and how many times the product is distilled. I presume you might have seen on a on a high-end Scotch or vodka or bottle, it might say triple distilled. What that process is just like it sounds. It goes through the still one time again, and on a third pass, each time you concentrate the alcohol further. As far as hobbyists, typically the type of stills that they have, I don't think they're going to be able to attain a 190 proof grain alcohol, something like that. That's typical laboratory or medical grade stuff. But certainly, 140, 150 is definitely attainable.
Wow.
Representative Burrows.
I've heard.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I was reading that methanol is the greatest danger for home distillers, but that it's produced in such a minuscule amount as to not to be worrisome. Is that correct?
Yes, that is my understanding. And the boil off point for the wood alcohols, or the methanol, if you will, is at the lower end of the temperature scale, around 138 to 140 degrees. So as such, your acetones, your wood alcohols, your terpenes, those boil off first and are what we call the heads, or the initial output of the still, and that is always discarded.
Thank
All
you.
set? Yep. Representative Weston.
Thank you for taking my question, Representative Wallace. As I understand it, there's no license required for this, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Follow up.
Further question, inquiry.
So if there's no license, how is it monitored? How will the department, the alcohol regulation department know who to check up on?
Thank you for the question, and it's an excellent question. Presently, the home production of wine and beer is not regulated, nor is it taxed. And as we know, through the fermentation process, that is where the alcohol is produced, okay, in the wine or the beer. And from my knowledge, I don't believe that the New Hampshire Liquor Commission is going around and asking, if you sending out surveys, did you produce, 200 gallons of beer in your home? Well, there's only one person, you can't do that. I don't think it's going to be regulated like that. And just to go a little bit further, from a taxation perspective, the alcohol is produced at the fermentation level. Distillation only concentrates the alcohol. So there really isn't a tax basis. It's produced at the fermentation process.
Okay.
So Scott, just make sure I understand, because
yes,
my understanding was that no matter how bad your beer and wine is, no matter what you do, you can't make anything more. You can't make any poison. You can only, it's going to kill somebody, but you can if you distilled. In other words, it is a potential that you could be distilling something and fermenting it, as you say, and make something that's poisonous. But whereas not true for beer and wine.
That is correct to an extent. If you had some type of contamination in your wine or beer, you could certainly have a very poisonous and a product that would make you sick, but you probably wouldn't consume it because it'd be so off palate that you'd either pour it down the drain, or again, you could, it costs some money to make a batch of wine or beer. You could at least strip off the alcohol and make some neutral spirits if by running it through a processor of some sort.
You probably got a bad stomach ache.
Yes.
But thank you very much.
Tyler.
Yep, I think we're all set. Thank you. And I have Attorney Moore from the Liquor Commission, who is neutral. And does it work, Aiden?
Can you hear me, Representative?
I can.
Yes, the commission's neutral, but as was pointed out, by previous speakers, this is a contrary to federal regulation. And I know in the past when this legislation has been brought, we just simply pointed it out that it was against the federal regulations for home distilling. So we would just offer that. And if there are any questions, we'll be happy to take them, sir.
Well, just to play devil's advocate, that so is growing marijuana, and but evidently the feds don't seem to be shutting that down.
Well, thank you for your question, sir. I am I'm not a policymaker, so therefore I do not presume to question the wisdom of those who do make public policy. I just point out that the federal government has chosen to make this process illegal, and I would leave it to the members of the committee to determine if that's something they would like to continue to follow in New Hampshire or to choose to go in a different direction.
Fair enough. Thank you. Any questions? Representative Herbert has a question.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. And Aiden, Mr. Moore, I understand why you kind of dodged that last question, but the fact is, hobbyists, which is the word used, I guess, in the legislation, sometimes do have to get licenses, and we have the ham operators. That took quite a bit of learning and time to learn how to do it and make it worthwhile. And I noticed the people that were against the antennas called them hobbyists, as if it's a nothing kind of deal. So the idea that they can't go in and give you $10 in order to make liquor, or 15 or 20 bucks to go fish, tells me that the state is well capable of, and in its rights, to ask for some sort of down payment so they know who is likely to be doing this. And I don't have a problem. I have a problem with doing it, actually.
Where are we going?
But the idea that the state doesn't have to, should not, you should not have to get a permit for something is not always the fact.
Would you believe?
Would you believe, in my opinion? But sometimes you have to get a license.
I think in the past, as was pointed out, the legislature has kind of carved out home brewers, people who produce a very small amount of beer or wine for personal consumption, as an area that they do not want to regulate, and that there has not been to my knowledge, we've never had a request for an investigation or any problem associated with that. I think Chairman Hunt made a good point about the fact that distilled spirits is a bit of a different creature. I mean, it's still alcoholic beverages, but the regulation, I guess the question is, should there be regulation on, someone who, how much of the regulation would you want to apply here if you were to consider this and pass it? And to my knowledge, the Bureau or the division has not investigated anyone who has been manufacturing distilled spirits at home. We've not had complaints. If we had received them, we probably would certainly follow up on them just to investigate. But there is no allowance for that at the state level, and I'm not sure there's a great deal of benefit to have a contrary state policy. But then again, that's up to the committee to decide whether there's merit to that or not.
Okay. Any other questions for Attorney Moore? Seeing none, we thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, I think Representative Blue may have had her hand up.
Oh, well, I didn't see.
I didn't have the yellow hand up. I just had my hand up.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is for, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question for Mr. Moore. Do you have a definition for what a hobby distillation, what hobby is?
Not in Title 13, no. I mean, we would look to the statutes to describe what would be considered a hobby would be based on production amounts. And I think that's how the legislature has chosen to look at this in the past with beverage, beer and wine, is to say it's if you're producing less than this amount and for personal consumption, then it seems to be a hobby. And we've been we've been fine with that approach, and it seems to work out pretty well so far. I'm not sure if that's answering your question.
Yeah. Just a follow-up, Mr. Chair. In the bill, it indicates that the liquors would not be for sale or sold. How can you track that as an enforcer?
Well, I think if there were, let's put it this way, if there were a hobbyist, home producer of beer or wine who decided that they were going to start selling it, we probably would hear about it when someone made a complaint of some type. And that probably would exist the same way with distilled spirits. If someone were to make a complaint, it would be investigated. And then if there was enough evidence, we would certainly want to advise the citizen, this is against the law, you can't do it. And hopefully they would stop. And if they chose not to stop selling it, then there are other legal remedies available as well.
Representative Abel now has a question.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Moore. Are you aware of there being any problem with federal enforcement in the states that have enacted a law of this kind? Have you heard of anything of that nature?
I have not, sir. I have not heard of anything like that.
Well said. Okay. Anybody else? See none. I'll let Representative Wallace have the last word.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt and members of the committee. Just to follow up with that question previously asked, the Hobby Distillers Association, through some lobbying efforts, we did have a bill going through the Congress a couple sessions back. It made it through committee, and then things happened. It didn't go any further than that. But we did have a definition of a hobby distiller in that legislation. And what the Congress had come up with is the still could be not any larger than 16 gallons. Why 16 gallons? Well, that's the size of a stainless steel beer keg, which is a preferred vessel for this type of activity. And it also limits the size of the batch, if you will. So hopefully that's some help. And again, the other provisions could not be sold, could only be consumed on premises, but it also could be brought to tastings and competitions and things like that, in the hopes that perhaps a interesting product might be brought to market as a result of a good performance at one of these get-togethers.
Great. Thank you very much. And I don't see any attendees' hands up, so I think we're good.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks to the members of the committee and the members from the Liquor Commission. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. And we will close the public hearing on 416 and open up the public hearing on House Bill 403, growlers. All right. And I see Representative Prout, so I will move him up and I will move you off, Scott. And good afternoon, Representative Prout.
Good afternoon, Representative Hunt. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Andrew Prout, representing Hillsborough County District 37, the towns of Hudson and Pelham. This bill would remove the prohibition on breweries filling growlers from other breweries. Most breweries that sell refillable beer containers, called growlers, include their logo on the growler. Due to RSA 175:2's prohibition on the misbranding of alcohol, this means that only that brewery can refill that container. However, growlers with no label can be found online, and you're able to fill those anywhere. The prohibition on misbranded alcohol makes perfect sense for a prepackaged product for growlers, but for growlers where the customer selects a product and watches it being filled, it doesn't. Keep in mind the growler usually only says the name of the brewery, not the specific product. So it's not even directly comparable to the labeling on prepackaged beer. Most breweries have a tag they'll place on the growler specifying which beer was filled with and the date, limiting the potential for any confusion. This bill would create a new section, RSA 175:2A, that states where the sale in a refillable container is already authorized, the labeling on the growler does not have to match the product in it. This would allow customers to not have to maintain a fleet of growlers for the breweries they frequent, and encourage visiting new breweries for takeout without being forced to buy yet another growler. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Okay, Representative Bartlett.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's what
I'm
I was-
sorry. I was slow on the uptake again. Okay, so it feels like we've got deja vu all over again here. Some of the questions we've had on this bill in the past is how would whatever the brewer is that is filling this growler that has no, that the label doesn't necessarily match the brewery, what if there's a problem with that product and there's no way to trace which brewery made that beer?
Thank you for the question. That's a little bit already of a problem with the product brings up a couple different things. I'm not sure which you mean by it. Either that the growler wasn't filled and therefore there's a problem with the product because of residue or the growler wasn't clean, or there was actually a problem with the beer. And also, as I mentioned, since places do sell growlers that have no label whatsoever, that's kind of an already existing problem of identifying where it comes from. And I think that's why most breweries attach a paper tag as they fill the growler, so they know who filled it, what it was filled with, because most sell more than one option, and often the date it was filled as well. And I would look to that tag to solve the problem you bring up, instead of having the label on the growler, which contains even less information.
May I ask another question, Mr. Chair?
Further question, may inquire.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right. I'm alluding to those questions. We buy milk in refillable containers, glass jars, glass half-gallon containers, and we try to wash them out well before we bring them back to the dairy. However, I certainly see many that are not cleaned. How would but the dairy has to go through a sanitizing process. How would a brewery deal with an unclean container? Because they can't really tell. I mean, it may look clean, but it's not. When they're filling it up, when somebody brings that bottle in and asks them to fill it, and then later you find out that it wasn't clean and does cause a problem.
Thank you for the question. Well, I agree with you, that's a problem, and then that's why most breweries do have a station to wash growlers before they fill them. It's not really a new problem created by this bill, because that's a problem with growlers that have the label of that brewery and growlers that have the label of the brewery down the street. That's not really a change in that caused by this bill.
But may I ask one more question?
Further question.
Thank you. Thank you for answering the question. But this bill, specifically does not address that issue. It says with a beverage that does not match the labeling on the container at the direction of the buyer. So they don't have to put the label on. It doesn't have to be clean. The container doesn't have to be clean. But if there is a subsequent problem, tracing it could be an issue. Do you agree?
While I agree with you, tracing it could be an issue, I don't think that's a change in this bill at all, because as I mentioned, today, if you bring in a growler with no label whatsoever, they're allowed to fill it. And I think we have to distinguish between what we're talking about labels. What this bill is trying to address is the pre-printed labels that are permanently affixed, often laser etched in the side of a glass growler or a metal growler. The labels or the tags I had mentioned earlier are usually just paper tags, look similar to disposable luggage tag or key tags. They often attach, or even some just use a piece of painter's tape and write on it that they attach as they fill it. And so while I agree that if there was an issue that they had to trace it, that would be a challenge, that's not really a challenge made significantly different by this bill than it is already today, where filling of growlers is already authorized by the applicable statute and regulations.
Thank you.
So, Andrew, as I remember reading this bill, a couple weeks ago, and I meant to do some homework on it, so make sure I understand what you're doing, because this is totally different than any growler bill we've ever had before. Because first of all, the only ones who can be filling this is a beverage manufacturer. So this doesn't have nothing to do with on-premise or off-premise licensees. This is simply about filling a container. In other words, I needed to look up what 175-2A is, and this is somewhat setting up for Aiden to come up. This is only affecting the beverage manufacturer, or is this where you are expecting that you could go into a on-premise licensee and have them fill a container?
Thank you for the question. I certainly will not pretend to be the absolute expert on who is currently allowed to fill a growler. I believe it's currently manufacturers and also brew pubs, which the brew pubs kind of cross the line between a little bit. But this bill wouldn't change who is authorized to fill a growler. It just removes one restriction, that if it has someone else's name laser etched on the side of it, they're not allowed to touch it. This would remove that restriction.
Right. So what this perspective is that is I walk in with a growler with brand X into a beverage manufacturer brand Y, and he says I can't fill that because it's not my bottle. What this legislation says is, well, you disregard whose name is on this container. You're a beverage manufacturer. You can refill a growler. I just want your stuff put in this growler, and passing this bill will make that legal.
Correct. That is the intent of this bill, and hopefully what it will do if passed as is written.
Okay. Because when the issue of growlers in general, why we haven't really gotten anywhere with growlers, is that is exactly what the beverage manufacturers don't want to happen, is that it would have the wrong label on what the product is. In other words, that I would venture to say you could pass this, but have you found any beverage manufacturers who think this is a good idea? Because I would say that most of them that come to us before about why they're opposed to growler are specifically, that is their number one concern, is they don't want somebody else's product in their growler and vice versa.
So I have had breweries, beverage manufacturers tell me they would be happy to do it in the past, whether they were truly happy or hiding behind the existing law. I certainly wasn't putting him in front of a hearing to where I necessarily would know the difference.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Representative Velo.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Again, this is just a follow up on Representative Chairman Hunt's comment. It would be misrepresentation of product. I know that's not the word, but if you give that growler to someone then they may think that they're drinking, X beer, but they're drinking Y beer. So I don't like this bill at all.
That's a would you believe?
Would you believe?
Thank you for the question. And, that was one of the reasons why it was limited in the bill before you to only at the direction of the customer, because it is assumed already that, people don't go out and resell growlers after they filled them. It's usually the person that got it filled is the one that's going to be consuming it. And hopefully between that and the fact that pretty much all breweries I've seen put some sort of temporary tag on it to tell you what it is, there wouldn't be any misunderstanding of what the person is drinking. I would think that'd be a rare event.
Okay, Representative Ham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you believe that I would have some concerns about this? I know I have friends that have breweries, and to me, it could be false advertising. Somebody comes in and buys a growler full of beer with such and such a label on it, and they bring it to a party, and it's sitting there on the bar or on the table, and everybody's pouring out their glass of beer and potentially thinking it came from such and such a brewery, and perhaps just can't wait to go to that brewery. This beer is so terrific. Would you believe I think it could be problematic, and I would have questions as to whether the majority of the brewers would be in favor of this.
Thank you for the question. I wouldn't consider, as someone who drinks beer and often samples what other people bring to parties, that scenario wouldn't make the most sense to me, simply because almost all breweries have multiple beers that they produce and offer, and also are often changing them over time. And so whether someone did like or didn't like a beer, it would be very unusual, even if they saw the label of the brewery on a container, to not ask which beer it is of the likely several that brewery makes before either thinking that they enjoy it or don't like it and do or don't want to go to that brewery. And that would trigger the question to whoever the owner of the growler were, or they check the tag, and that I would hope would resolve that conflict. As to the second part of the question, as to whether a majority of brewers would be in favor or not in favor, I have not run a survey of breweries to have any information on that. But I would say that this bill would not compel breweries to fill a growler with someone else's label if they did not want to. It would just remove the state prohibition on them doing so.
Okay, Representative Greason.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Prout, for answering our questions today. So, under this bill, if this bill were to pass, would it be possible for someone else to obtain a growler of one label with another product in it, or would it only be you could take your growler of whatever label to a different refill place, whatever, and only you are the one who would be getting the, say, mislabeled product or mismatched product to growler? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I believe the latter scenario is the correct answer, that it would only be you taking the growler to get it filled. And I believe there's already prohibitions in law against you, trying to go take that and resell it anywhere. Sharing it with other people that might come over for a visit would certainly be, I believe, legal and allowed. But again, the person that got the growler filled would be assumedly present and able to answer any questions and able to resolve any issues about what is in the container if those came up.
Mr. Chair, may I follow up just to make sure I understand something?
Further question, may inquire.
Okay. So going back to the example of like the milk bottles, there's not an exchange where you can take empty bottles back and then you can pick out other bottles. Then the farm, the dairy would then take those bottles that you returned, clean them, and refill them. This is you bringing in an empty container, saying, please fill this. Just ignore what's on the label, and then you pick it out and you take it back out with you at the same time.
Correct. That is my understanding of how I've seen all breweries work. I don't know of any that have a swap service where you drop one off, pick up a different one. It's usually you purchase up front the physical growler, and that is yours to keep, and there's no exchanging it.
Thank you.
Okay. And Representative
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Proud, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've been a while since I've refilled the growler, but if I recall, when I get it refilled, or even if I get it filled up at the bar and take it with me, they put some sort of a seal on the top so that if I'm stopped by the police, it shows that it hasn't been opened. So I think that would, if it was labeled differently and that seal's on the top, I think that would preclude there really being any problems of what am I trying to say? Confederate beer, so to speak. Am I correct at that?
Thank you for the question. I have seen breweries do that, and you know, as I mentioned earlier, I've seen many use tags that just hang around the neck of the bottle. I've seen some use essentially painter's tape and tape it right over the cap. I do not believe there's a uniform consistency in that process. But I have seen all breweries in the last couple of years do that. But it's not exactly, as you said, a seal that would show proof of whether the bottle had been opened or not since it had been filled. And again, that wouldn't change in the positive or the negative by this bill.
Okay, Representative Patusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Prout, would you believe that what you are proposing is the norm in the state of Pennsylvania?
Yes, I would believe that.
Thank you.
Really? Pennsylvania? I know they fill growlers, but I don't know if they fill other people's growlers. I think they have a state standard growler. They don't have third-party growler, at least when I was in Pennsylvania. So, Representative Terry.
I'm not sure this is particularly germane to the bill, but the question was raised by Representative Greason about taking back a used growler to the same brewery and what happens. And I just wanted to share from our experience taking growlers back to the original brewery, that we receive a discount on the purchase of another growler. So they take them back and they sanitize them and they use them again, but they don't refill them. Thank you.
Was that a question to me, Mr. Chairman?
I think that was a would you believe.
I would believe that. I have not personally experienced it at the breweries I visit, but I would believe it.
Yeah. The ones I've been to in New Hampshire, they all clean it right then and there. But I have been to Henniker, and he's got a whole wall full of everybody else's growlers up on the wall there. But I guess it's an interesting nuance. To me, they really want you to come back and buy more of their product. They don't really want you to go to take your container over to somebody else. But you're asking for something really simple. It says, why refuse it just because it's somebody else's growler? Why should the state stop you from doing it? But so it's an interesting question you're posing, but I would venture to say that I would be very surprised there's a lot of brewers who think this is a great idea, but I'll leave that to figure that one out for us. So, but at this point, that's where we're at. All right, no more questions, and we'll ask Attorney Moore for the Liquor Commission, who is neutral on this legislation and wants to share 1 minute of thoughtful information.
Well, I'm afraid, Mr. Chairman, I may go longer than that in light of the conversation.
Well, you mean you falsified your document?
Well, I'm going to try to clarify what is currently the law and distinguish it from business practices, which are being exercised by some businesses. The word growler is not defined anywhere in Title 13.
We were using that as a light.
It's a slang term, and I don't mean that in any type of disparaging way. It's a slang term that is used to describe a refillable container. That how the industry views refilling a container or filling a container with beverages and beer. Growlers are intended for personal consumption. They're not intended to be commercially used. So therefore, a consumer who goes to a beverage manufacturer, decides they want to purchase we'll call a growler, and it's to consume at home or consume by themselves or with friends or with whomever they wish. There is nothing in the law that forbids a consumer who bought a growler at Brewery A from going to Brewery B and saying, I have this container, I'd like you to fill it for me. Most likely, if it's being denied, it's often on a question of whether or not that brewer B, feels there's adequate quality control over their product. Most manufacturers want to have their products represented in the best possible light, but there's nothing in RSA 175:2 that forbids a consumer from having their growler filled at a beverage manufacturer who is different from where they originally made the purchase. 175:2 is really focused at the Liquor Commission, and it's telling the commission that they need to cause precautions to be taken necessary to ensure the purity and freedom of misbranding of liquors sold. And it doesn't speak to beverages, it doesn't speak to wine. So a person, for example, who bought let's say a growler of wine, who wanted to go to a wine manufacturer's facility and have that refilled, could do that as well. So at the risk of trying to complicate the conversation, I'm hoping to provide some clarity, which, and again, the phrasing of growler is really based upon a term that's used in 5 statutes, 178:21, 20A, 22, 12A, and 20, that uses the phrase suitable container. And the commission has historically interpreted the phrase, I should say, suitable container as that which is, in the absence of something more specific, that is the language that the commission has said would permit a beverage manufacturer allowing them to refill a container that is purchased by a consumer. Now, I'm hoping I'm not going around in circles on this, and I'm going to certainly guess that I may have some questions, but Representative Prout's bill, I think, I really don't believe I see I don't want to say a need for it. I don't want to question the motivation of it, but I think the law as it's currently written would permit a consumer to go to a different brewery and have their growler filled at that other brewery. It would be probably, if it were refused, it would be based upon the manufacturer's own quality control standards that would probably cause them not to refill it. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
That's very interesting. I've seen this before. I remember years ago, people would always say fireworks are illegal in New Hampshire, and they said that because they didn't want us to have fireworks. And then we passed it, and then all hell broke loose. So sometimes people will use the law to their advantage. But at any rate, I will let you weigh in on again, Andrew. But just checking to see if anybody has any more questions, and I don't see any. So Representative Prout, you want to wrap it up with this new piece of information?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, in light of that new piece of information, which is helpfully memorialized on YouTube now, I would actually probably agree that considering that this is already not illegal and that any claims otherwise do not align with the views of the Liquor Commission, I would not think this bill would be necessary.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. And I will go, anybody in the attendees who would like to weigh in before we close out this public hearing? See none. Okay, and I keep forgetting to do this, but in terms of the listing of the bill, we had 13 supporting it, 1 opposed, who is Kate Fry from New Futures, and 1 neutral, which is Aiden. So with that, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 403 and bring up our last public hearing for today, which is House Bill 245 relative to the definition of grocery or convenience store. And Representative Abramson, are you back? There you are. Okay, so Representative Abramson, you can go ahead and introduce your bill.
Am I allowed to go early?
Oh, what time?
We have a.
I thought I was behind. Oh, you're right. How about that?
I don't remember. I just don't remember what the rules are when we're right along.
Technically, I guess I'm supposed to wait. Yeah, you're right. We can wait. It's fine. so everybody can take a 10 minute break, and we'll pick it up at 3:15. I didn't realize we get caught up so fast, but okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for you, as long as we're in a interim period. I'm looking ahead to tomorrow's executive session.
Yes.
And I'm wondering about any amendments that there may be. And the only bill that I can see, I personally am aware of an amendment for is the first one, which is House Bill 62. And I just wondered if
what is I don't have that in front of me. What is
House Bill 62 is relative to continued in-network access to certain healthcare providers. It's
Representative Marsh.
And he brought an amendment and sent it to everyone. And so,
okay,
just so you know, that's the only amendment that I'm aware of. I mean, you don't need to know off the top of your head, but
okay. So if you have that amendment, then
I do.
Okay, so you can make sure that's distributed to committee members.
Well, it has been, but I can send it again if you think that's a good idea. Okay.
And I will, in the meantime, I will look over and see where I'm at with that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go look for that right now. Sorry, I guess I gotta.
I'll send it out right now since there's nothing. I've got time.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No. Sir.
John,
Yeah.
are all the amendments out? We were supposed to have all the amendments?
So, are you talking about for tomorrow? Or are you saying that?
Well, yeah, but that would include, are we going to take up the one we missed today because of a lack of amendment?
The way I've been told is that, that if we didn't take it up, I'm gonna reschedule that one.
Reschedule? All right, I'm just wondering, I'm not sure which email address I have is getting that information. Some of it I'm getting in my Gmail account and some is the legislative.
I'm sending it to the committee distribution list. So
That would be my legislative, or no, it doesn't matter.
whatever you have told the House clerk you want to use.
The House clerk?
So if he went onto the legislative page and looked himself up, would he
Right.
then see what it is?
Right. If you look at your profile under the Standing Committee of Commerce, or I can do it right now if you like.
I like.
Okay. Yeah, I just sent 2 amendments to you recently.
Well, I think I had a conversation with you. I preferred the Gmail. And,
Yeah.
and you have been sending me some things, but I haven't seen anything about the amendments.
Right. I only am in charge of the Zoom addresses. As far as any other legislative business, you're really supposed to use whatever you've told the House clerk you would like to have. So it could be that I use the committee distribution list that is set up by the House clerk. I don't have my own private one, other than for the Zoom invitations. There's a big asterisk for that. But
But you say on the Commerce Committee, there's a list?
yeah, if you just go to the Commerce Committee, then go to yourself.
Yeah, you look at our webpage.
Chris, we've talked about this over and over. You got to let the House clerk know if you want a different email address used.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Okay. We'll open up the public hearing.
Yeah, it's
House Bill 245 and hear from the prime sponsor. Did he walk away?
He did kind of, he was there a little while ago and then he seemed exasperated and walked off. So I wonder if he forgot something or I don't know what happened, but he was there.
He was there, yeah. No, I thought I saw him there too, but so given that I'm doing a lousy job of timing out exec sessions, for next week, I've not put any exec sessions. I just want to get through all the bills. We'll have heard everything that we're going to hear. And then starting after that, we'll then be a little more organized about our exec session for bills. So, okay, so we'll start with Representative Abramson to introduce his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee for taking my testimony. That this is House Bill 245. Can you guys see me with the lighting? I opened up all the windows and whatnot. So
the background is I don't know, but okay.
I'll try looking for another background after I introduce the bill. This is a bill that's been introduced a couple of times before, and it historically gets most of the Republicans on this committee's support, but not all. Essentially, House Bill 245, the convenience stores, the wine and grocery stores, the beer, wine, and tobacco stores have a requirement in place that was added some time ago that simply says that if you're going to sell beer, wine, that you have to also sell $3,000 or you have to stock, you don't have to sell it. And the problem is that it doesn't sell. $3,000 worth of inventory of grocery store-like items. And the Liquor Commission has some recommendations on that those businesses have to follow. And the problem with that is that there's no possible way to make money off that inventory. So what virtually all of these convenience stores have been doing is just buying cans of Spam, Vienna sausage, Chef Boyardee. If you go into the ice box to go grab a bag of ice, you'll notice that there's a frozen loaf of bread in there. It tells you that it's a New Hampshire store. As far as I know, I don't know of another northeastern state. Actually, I don't know of any other state that does something like this or takes it to this level. And I get asked questions a lot when people are in the convenience store. They'll ask, just kind of randomly or sporadically, how come they have an $8 box of Cheerios just sitting there and it's almost at its expiration date? And we have all this other stuff in there, and it's just a state mandate that's been in place for a number of years. And the argument that we've gotten from the opponents on this effort to repeal this unfunded mandate is more often than not that they would like to send a message that they want people eating food with beer or wine. I don't disagree with the idea that people should be eating food, but the kind of food that's being stocked is the stuff that doesn't expire even after a year. It's sugary, starchy, loaded with preservatives, and it's the kind of stuff that I would probably discourage people from eating. I'm not a professional nutritionist, but when I'm eating healthy, the last place I'm going to go and pick up food is the convenience store. I understand they have lots of bags of chips, but they also have to stock up on all sorts of canned items, boxes of hamburger helper that have been sitting there for a year, boxes of cereal that have been sitting there for a year. Of course, the frozen loaf of bread that's been sitting in the ice box for a year. The fact that these cans and boxes are just sitting there accumulating, more and more dust, contributes to a lot of other health issues, including the accumulation of fungus, bacteria, viruses, and who knows what's on them. Food is not supposed to sit in inventory for long periods of time, and to argue that this is a healthier way, I think what happened in the last hearing, maybe Chairman Hunt can remember, but I think they finally conceded that they didn't necessarily want people eating this food, but they wanted to send a message to people who are consuming alcohol that they wanted them to eat food with their 30-pack of Pabst Blue Ribbon or whatever they're gonna have. I'm not sure that adding more calories to an unhealthy diet of alcohol is necessarily helping anyone. The other concern is that when I see the look on people's faces, it seems to break down their sense of respect for the rule of law. That our job as legislators is to add, modify, and also repeal outdated laws or laws that don't make any sense. And when they see that there are laws in place requiring that stores stock up on things that no one buys, it's so dubious, it's so questionable that it kind of destroys people's faith in the democratic process. That if there's no apparent reason, or if the reason is really complicated, or if the reason seems to be cronyism or protectionism, that there's some established business over here lobbying to protect themselves from competition, if it even appears that way, it breaks down people's faith in the process, and it tends to break it down from a pretty young age. I have been working for years, part of New Hampshire's dumbest law and other efforts to repeal old, outdated, and ridiculous laws that don't make any sense, but that are not enforced. But this one is enforced. And when we talk to store owners, when they have their smaller convenience stores, they'd like to be able to sell more beer, wine, and tobacco products, more specialized products that can attract people from the New England market. We do compete with stores that are in 6 other states, northeastern states, and people do make the drive up to New Hampshire to stock up. I live on the border, and so I see it all the time. I see out-of-state plates here all the time as people come in to do their shopping. I think it's 40 or 45% of all retail sales in New Hampshire are from out-of-state shoppers. And half of the New Hampshire advantage is the lower taxes, but the other half is that we're kind of the live free or die state, that we don't have all the restrictions and limitations that a lot of other states have, that we don't kind of cut people off. We don't try to regulate business to death. We don't try to ban things to death. So this isn't, by opening up this part of the marketplace to allow these small grocers to carry more specialized items and more New Hampshire made items and more of the products of nano breweries. There's a lot of innovation going on right now in vaping and in microbrews and nano breweries. And I think that passing a bill like this and repealing this, replacing $3,000 worth of dusty cans of Spam, replacing that with actual New Hampshire made inventory, I think would be much, much better. Of course, I am open to amendment. If members have ideas, I'd like to get that in today or tomorrow. So, but I've always thought that it made sense for convenience stores maybe to handle a few $100s worth of emergency flares and emergency supplies and first aid kits and things like that. The type of inventory you need in a power outage or a car crash or some other type of emergency, that's always made more sense to me. rather than, $3,000 worth of food that's not going to get sold. And I'll take questions.
Okay, we do have questions. Representative Burrows is first.
Yes, thanks for taking my question. And my question is, I mean, I think a lot of what you're saying makes sense, but my question is, might this bill be a workaround for a convenience store, which is by definition a store that also sells food, to become a liquor store?
No, they're not allowed to sell liquor. They are allowed to sell beer and wine and tobacco products, of course. The question that we're kind of asking, or the question we're kind of answering, is what do you do with this 15 square feet or so of space? Is it going to be $3,000 worth of food that doesn't buy or sell, or is it going to be $3,000 worth of, something from a microbrewery, beer products, beer and wine products? Convenience stores aren't allowed to sell liquor as is.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Van Houten.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Representative. I'm not sure that I buy your classification of convenience stores or of this type of store, because they can just be that, convenience stores, a place to which a family without transportation or a lot of money can walk to buy the daily essentials that they have. What makes you think, though, that the New Hampshire made items would sell better in a store that tends to be a corner store that's available mostly to people without major sources of income who use the corner store to pick things up on maybe a daily or weekly basis and don't go for a major shopping and for healthier shopping? I hope I didn't get too intricate there. I apologize.
So the definition, I should have mentioned this earlier, it's RSA 175, Section 1, Part 36, which is just quote unquote grocery or convenience store, unquote. Means any retail establishment where groceries are regularly and customarily sold for consumption off premises. I believe in letting the marketplace work, that it makes sense to let the suppliers supply what people are actually buying. I do live close to about 6 of these small grocers or convenience stores, and I do walk to them about once a day, because it saves me having to start up the car and de-ice the windows and everything. So that's a convenience for me, but it's also a convenience to be able to go down to the convenience store and pick things up. But with 6 grocery stores nearby, obviously one of them is, about 30,000 square feet, and it has lots of grocery items. Why should the other 5 also have to stock things that no one buys or very, very few people buy? If somebody who lives in my area in Seabrook wants to just walk somewhere, or their car isn't working, they'll go to the big one, the one that's right on the border, because it is about 30,000 square feet. It's a really good sized facility. We actually have several very large, wine and tobacco stores, wine and beer stores in New Hampshire, in Seabrook, that also have lots and lots of this kind of inventory. Some that even compete with grocery stores as far as snack food items are concerned. But it doesn't make sense to push a top-down one-size-fits-all mandate on every kind of store when you've got most convenience stores in the state have at least 1 or 2 other convenience stores nearby. It doesn't make sense to try to turn them all into small grocers if that's not what the market's calling for.
Follow up, please.
Further question, may inquire.
Thank you. And while that may be true in your area along the border, and to a great degree in my area here in Manchester, is it possible that the convenience stores give a greater service to those people in the further northern areas of our state? Thank you.
Actually, I used to live in Deerfield, and there was a convenience store, and because they were just kind of the one store in town, or the one store that was in walking distance, they stocked a lot of extra food items, but none of the fresh food, hot food items that they were selling counted towards this $3,000 requirement. So in their case, they had to set aside some of the space that might have been used for food products that people actually buy in order to stock up $3,000 of this kind of wholesale dusty cans of Spam, dusty cans of Vienna sausage, $8 box of Cheerios, and so forth. It makes sense just to let businesses supply what consumers are actually buying and not make them stock up on material that people do not buy.
Thank you.
Representative Bealow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Is the intent of this bill to create beer and wine stores? You referred to beer and wine stores earlier. Could you explain why you called beer and wine store the same thing as a convenience store?
The statute calls them grocery or convenience store, and that's the license that they get. That's the license that the state issues for them. But they primarily sell beer, wine, and tobacco. Some of them sell a lot of other items like big gulps, nachos, hot dogs, and that kind of thing. But they have to adapt to kind of what's there in the market, the buyers versus the competitors that they have. So some of them, in order to compete, they know that they're competing in the whole New England marketplace, not just in their particular town. Most of the convenience store purchases are actually from people out of town, and a lot of them on the border where I am are from out of state. So they need, in those cases, in those exceptional cases, they need to be able to stock up on specialized tobacco products, specialized vaping products, specialized, wines that are being made in New Hampshire, beers that are being made in New Hampshire, or in the New England market that are different, where they can attract buyers to those stores. And you can't do that if you're have two aisles that are dedicated to just complying with the state mandate, and people go, according to some of the cash register employees, they'll go, a couple of weeks without a single sale from either of those aisles.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Further question may inquire.
You called this an unfunded mandate. Could you explain that?
It's a mandate, and there's not a single dollar in funding going down to any of these stores. They lose sales. The only thing that they save money on is business taxes. 70% of state revenue comes from business taxes. So this is really our tax base that we're talking about. An unfunded mandate means that the store owner has to pay for it to hold all this inventory that doesn't move, and the state doesn't compensate them in any way, except that, of course, with the business profits tax, if your profits are lower, you're paying less money to the state in business profits tax, but that causes a revenue shortfall for us up here.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for Representative Abramson? Seeing none. Okay. Attorney Moore, who is neutral.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so that the committee is aware, every license type in the state of New Hampshire, regardless of what type that is, has as a part of it a prerequisite qualifying condition or conditions. So, for example, if I want to be a restaurant, I have to have food available, and I may not want food available, but that's what I've been told is the requirement for me to be eligible to hold the license type that we have. The same exists for convenience stores and grocery stores. They are convenience stores. The intent is to really, the legislature has in the past put in place a definition that says this is the type of products that you should have, that they believe to be items that are of a convenience, and that the businesses are, if there are 6 businesses, just as an example, in the same area competing, they're all competing at on the same footing. Not one has an advantage over the other, except for maybe their location and their pricing. So we feel that the system as it exists, based upon its being a definitional based system, works. And if the requirement for carrying convenience items, food, regularly commonly sold grocery products, then there is no threshold other than to have 4 walls. And now anybody can open a beer store if they wish. And I'm not sure that how that would work necessarily with, for example, local zoning and some of the things that would be part of the local consideration and permitting process. But we've not heard any complaints from anyone over the years from any licensee that I've ever had an experience with who said, I don't have enough shelf space for my beer. I need more shelf space. They have what they have, and if they sell all that they have, they can get more deliveries and sell more. And so the system that we have is really one that is consistent with every other aspect of Title 13 in how licenses are issued. And changing this particular segment of the market where there are, I believe, over 1,400 licensees, then that is going to have a pretty significant possible impact. Now, I don't believe that this change would prohibit anyone from bringing in groceries. They'd bring in what they wanted, but it would change the threshold for eligibility, and that would be a pretty significant change within Title 13. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Great. Representative Abel has a question.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Moore, am I correct that if a store chose not to sell beer or wine, that they would not need to get a license and they could sell anything else that they wanted? This is only to get a license to sell those that this requirement exists?
Thank you for your question, Representative. Yes, convenience stores are there. I mean, there are some that exist that don't sell beer and wine, but this is the eligibility piece that is put in place to be able to sell beer and wine under the provisions of RSA 178. 18. So that's where the linkage is. The definition of that is before you is linked to the requirements in RSA 178:18, the combination license.
All set. Representative Herbert.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt. And thank you, Mr. Moore, for taking my question. If this hurdle for things other than alcohol was to be eliminated, and if that meant all they carry were like package stores, except it's just beer and wine, would that increase the profits for the state more than the existing setup?
Thank you for your question. I don't know the answer to that. We've not been asked to provide any type of fiscal worksheet associated with this bill. I think business people, if they felt that there was an opportunity to make money, they would locate themselves in a position, as Representative Abramson describes in Seabrook. There are maybe 6 stores within close proximity to one another. I'm sure each of those owners felt it's worth my time, even though there's competition right down the street, it's worth my time. I can get my market share by locating here. And they've made a conscious business decision to move forward in that regard. If this requirement were removed, my guess is that anyone who can get themselves 4 walls will be applying for a license to sell beer and wine, knowing that the only thing they have to have is 4 walls. And it is a pretty significant change that will have the impact of greater sales. Certainly, you'll probably see initially people getting into the marketplace. There'll be strict competition, and eventually some of these businesses that jump in are going to fail because it's going to be who can provide the lowest price. And of course, that leads to the potential of greater opportunity for underage drinking and underage access. So I can see those types of issues. I can't necessarily predict with any certainty, sir, what type of additional revenue might be produced by this type of change.
Just one further observation or question.
Further question, you may inquire.
It would seem to me, and I want your opinion on this, that if you ended up with 6 stores, now they're all selling nothing but beer and wine, that there would open up a market for an actual grocery store. So I think the market would adjust. I'm not a big guy having I'm not in favor of having a package store on every corner, but I know in Manchester, we almost do have that. And a lot of stores got very little in the way of foodstuffs and a lot in the way of cigarettes and beer and wine. So what do you think the market would do other than this first part? You said, well, they'll all be selling the same stuff and they'll be, going out of business because they can't get a margin. But what would happen on the other side of the supermarket aisle? It occurs to me that the problem might be that they shouldn't be competing with beer and wine, and that there should be stores that are small, but they're grocery stores. We do have a few of those in Manchester too.
So where do we go with this, Chris?
I was just wanted to know if you had an opinion on what the market might look like in a year if we actually pass this.
I really am not in a position.
Above your pay grade.
Yeah, I'm really not in a position to answer that, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, though.
Sure. Thank you for the question.
All right, Representative Weston.
Thank you, Chairman Hunt, and thank you for taking my question. Representative Aberson mentioned that hot food was not included in the $3,000 figure. I'm wondering why it's not included and if there are any other exemptions.
The definition of 175.1 Roman 36 speaks to the types of things that they would want an eligible licensee to hold. First, it's of wholesale value, not retail value. And it's $3,000 worth of commonly found grocery products, not including cigarettes, magazines, newspapers, wine, or beverages. The production of many stores, for example, these days, you may find some of them that have they're a convenience store. I'll think of, I have a son at UNH. I go up there to visit him, and there's a convenience store there that in Irving, which has many grocery items, and also within it has a Dunkin' Donuts, or it has hot dogs or hamburgers. The application is, I think the way we've interpreted it and applied it is that if it's subject to a rooms and meals tax, then we don't count it because it's coming in and being taxed in that regard. So it's a different category of food.
Well, I don't understand that question. What do you mean you don't count it? Wouldn't anything that's going to be collected as rooms and meals?
Well, if we were, if someone, and I'll try to use an example to see if I can illustrate it. If someone has in their facility a cooler, and the cooler has hot dogs, those would count.
'Cause
The
those are-
owner of the store may take the hot dogs out of the cooler and then put them in the steamer and then sell them at retail. And those are subject to taxations. But as long as they're available to the consumer as a grocery item, they would count. I'm not sure if I've answered your question, Representative, or not.
Oh, you answered it perfectly. Okay, Representative Ham, you're next. You're muted.
I'm sorry, Representative, I cannot hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to figure this out. $3,000 isn't a lot of groceries. That's not very many at all. And so that, isn't too onerous for somebody to have $3,000 worth of food. And I don't know whether beverages include, whether in food you can include, the mixers, the Coke and the ginger ale and the orange juice and all that.
That would all count. That would all count.
That would count as groceries?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's very easy. $3,000 isn't much of a bar to meet. It's hardly any groceries at all. And you could have, you could be a major, have every kind of specialty beer, which isn't necessarily bad, which is very much what tourists and people coming to enjoy themselves anywhere in the state, they love it when they can go into a store and see a vast array and variety of beers. So, and would that be perfectly legal and be a convenience or a grocery store if you had $3,000? And that, like I said, $3,000 doesn't go very far. That's a real small number. Would that qualify as a convenience or grocery store if you had $3,000 worth of groceries and $200,000 worth of beer?
Well, thank you for your question, Representative. The legislature has created a creature called a beer specialty license. And the beer specialty license is a license that's a different license than the one that we're speaking of for 17818. This particular license falls under 17819-D as in David. And as a requirement that for eligibility, that business must have an inventory of 500 or more selected beer labels. And they too have a requirement for food and non-alcoholic beverages, food which has a wholesale value of not less than $1,000. So from a policy standpoint, I think the legislature has said, if you're putting your money into inventory that amounts to 500 distinct labels, then we're not going to relieve you of your requirement for food. We're just going to reduce the amount that you need to carry to be eligible to hold a license. And in this particular case, translate that into the combination license, the legislature has said, you can sell as much beer as you want. You don't have to have a certain number. You can have just one label if you want. But to be eligible to sell as a combination licensee, to sell beer and wine, unlike the beer specialty store, which sells only beer and wine, you have to have the $3,000 worth of commonly found grocery products. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, thank you. I just find it not an onerous amount of food to have in order to become, would you believe, become a specialty place. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying I'm against it, but I wouldn't see the $3,000 being a barrier. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Ammon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Attorney Moore. I'm just curious about the enforcement of the $3,000 requirement. You said it's wholesale value.
Yes.
Does someone come around with a calculator and a clipboard and make sure that it adds up to at least $3,000. How is this enforced? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Representative. The first place it would be, you'd encounter this would be at the time of initial licensing. We would go in and ask the applicant, because this is a condition of their license, to provide us with copies of, or to show us invoices that show that they have met the prerequisite $3,000 in a wholesale figure. Once that has occurred and the license is issued, then the licensee would be subject to regular inspection. And if that figure were to drop, or if the investigator suspected that the inventory had lapsed significantly, would probably let the licensee know that they were going to come back for an audit. And they would look at then monitoring what was on the shelves, what was available to the public. And if it was below the $3,000, certainly they would ask the licensee to get into compliance. Please, this is a requirement of your license. Please get the levels up to where they need to go. Over my career with liquor enforcement, I encountered that many, many times. The goal was always to get the licensee in compliance, not to put them out of business. And most of them were more than willing to try to make sure that they complied with the law. For those who just didn't care, they said, I got my license and I'll do what I want to do. Well, then there are other remedies available for those in non-compliance as well. So the initial determination is made at licensure, initial licensure, and then during regular follow-up inspections, if there's a question, then they would ask the licensee to be participating in inventory to try to bring them into compliance.
Follow-up question.
Further question.
What would you estimate the enforcement costs as far as resources and personnel?
To enforce this particular provision, I think it's part of the regular budget. Chief Armaganian and his staff provide routine inspections throughout the year. Their plan is to certainly visit every licensee at least once, and to ensure that the integrity of the licensing system remains. So I can't give you a specific cost on what one inspection might cost, but I can certainly tell you that it's part of the regular enforcement duties carried out by that division.
Thank you.
Representative Greason.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for answering our questions today. Is a store that primarily sells grocery items required to stock $3,000 worth of alcohol and cigarettes? And if not, why do we require a store that primarily sells alcohol and cigarettes to stock $3,000 worth of food?
I'm going to see if I can understand your question, Representative. Thank you. There is no requirement for the licensee to carry a certain amount of alcohol. They carry what their store can support in the way of space and what their consumers want. So if you're on a border, you will carry what you believe the people who come across the border want, keeping in mind that there are also state liquor stores that are in that vicinity who also are selling alcohol. And so therefore, your pricing is not going to be maybe as competitive as it would be with the state, certainly, but you're offering convenience. Somebody wants to come in. So we don't mandate what quantity of alcohol or what types of alcohol a licensee carry. It's up to them. But we try to make sure that the system, all of the licensing systems that we administer that are handed to us are uniformly applied.
Follow up, sir?
Further question, may inquire.
Yep. Did you not just make Representative Abramson's case exactly to the T of why we don't need $3,000 worth of food in a store that sells beer, wine, because there are other places in town that sell the food at a much cheaper price, not $8 for a box of cereal, etc. And yeah, I mean, you just exactly laid it out. And I don't even consume alcohol, so please don't misunderstand. I have no dog in this race.
That's a would you believe?
Would you believe?
Would you believe?
Thank you for your question, Representative. I don't believe I've made Representative Abramson's case. I think what I have tried to lay out for you is that the eligibility for licensure exists across the board, across the state. So whether you're up in Pittsburgh, New Hampshire, or Seabrook, New Hampshire, if you hold a license under 178.18 to be eligible, you are expected to have $3,000 worth of commonly found grocery products at the time of licensure, and to maintain that during your licensing period. You and your wish to change that policy, that's certainly.
Right. Okay. So I assume Keith, you and Jeff, you're all set. So you can put your hands down, unless you still have another question or something. You're all set. All right. We thank you very much, Attorney Moore. So what do I have next here is Kevin Dangle. So Kevin, I see the chief enforcer wants to speak, but let's let Kevin go, and then I'll have the chief, because he technically, Kevin just, there he is down there. Don't do that to me. Don't move around. When you have your hand up, leave it up. Jeez. Okay. Okay. Kevin Daigle, who New Hampshire Grocers Association. There's John Dumas, and opposed, and would like to take 5 minutes. Go ahead, Kevin.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Yes, you're right. John isn't here today. Now, for the record, I'm Kevin Daigle, Vice President of the New Hampshire Grocers Association. Many of you may be familiar with who we are. For those that aren't, the New Hampshire Grocers Association represents grocery stores, convenience stores, wholesalers, distributors, all operating here in New Hampshire. These include the small independent mom and pop operators, as well as the large chain operated groups. We appear here today, we have some concerns with this bill eliminating the inventory required by grocery and convenience stores. Therefore, as you mentioned, Chairman, we are here today in opposition to this bill. Our association and its members realize the serious nature of selling beer and wine and the impact it can have on individuals and the community at large. Grocers have always supported the concept that these products are better utilized as part of a meal rather than being promoted as a sole item to consume. That's why you see restaurants and food stores regularly promoting pairings when they offer these items for sale. The requirement of having a minimum inventory of consumable food products in order to sell beer and wine addresses just that important concept. It encourages the responsible consumption of alcohol that does not exist in other states which allow simply packaged stores. The association of having food with any alcoholic beverage discourages the notion of binge drinking. In addition, retail establishments where alcohol is a sold product, each sale becomes more important and could lead to greater liquor enforcement violations. Today, as Aidan Moore had mentioned, there are approximately 1,400 off-premise licensees in the state. These are essentially your grocery and convenience stores. A substantial majority of these are the small, independent, mom and pop type retailers, many of them dependent upon a few categories to draw their customers to the stores. These stores understand the impact that alcohol can have on their survival and go to great lengths to ensure that only legal sales are made. We as an association have always defended having grocery inventory as a requirement to sell beer or wine. Back in the 70s, we even supported legislation providing that the groceries were a mix of common food items. This was done to ensure that you do not buy only expensive items and leave them on the shelf. Your cans of Spam, your Vienna sausage, thus circumventing the law and becoming a pseudo package store. This also helps out consumers in the small rural towns who may have limited access to retail stores and, even worse, limited transportation. This allows those consumers to know they'll have a place to get necessary items when needed. I made a couple of notes when Representative Abramson was talking in regards to having room for New Hampshire-made items. There's nothing stopping these businesses now from stocking and selling New Hampshire-made items. There are plenty of them that are consumable, plenty of them that would fall within those parameters. In regards to dusty cans of Spam and Vienna sausages, common business practice goes to say, if stocking these items aren't moving, then, we should reevaluate what we sell and have an inventory and stock those items, whether we differentiate ourselves from our competitor that's right down the street or the 5 competitors surrounding us, or we're the only one. If an item's not moving, gets reevaluated, reassessed, and then we stock items that we think will move. In closing, the current statute has a very practical purpose and should not be eliminated by this bill. Because of this, we hope that you find this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you. I'll field any questions.
Representative Burrows has a question.
Sure.
Yes, thanks for taking my question. I understand what you're saying about encouraging people to eat food while, when they buy alcohol, and it's better to do that than to drink without food. But wouldn't that also be an argument for dismantling New Hampshire liquor stores that don't sell food?
That's not my purvey. That would be another bill to get spirits into grocery stores, right, Representative Hunt?
Well, they've already, with some controversy, they've already expanded by adding the non-alcoholic mixers and things like that they have held off for a very long time. So.
Right.
So, Representative Abel.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Daigle, for your testimony. When issues similar to this, bills similar to this have come up in the last several sessions, I recall that there was argument given that that there are food deserts in New Hampshire, as there are everywhere else, both in urban areas and in rural areas, and that some people had a fear that stores in such places would stop selling food because they could make more money selling beer and wine. And this was one reason why we wanted to encourage those stores to continue to sell food. Am I right or wrong in my memory?
No, you are absolutely correct, Representative, and great question. There are food deserts, mainly up north, northwest areas of the state. The concerns come even foremost with those that are on assistance, whether it's EBT funds or WIC type funding. Being in those areas where there's only one local store, eliminating that need to have a grocery inventory, though they may seem that they have the clientele there, you're right. They may just become a package store, now leaving these folks without access to nutrients. Great question. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no more questions, thank you very much for your testimony. I would say, Kevin, you got to fix your microphone or something because it's really scratchy. Something going on with that mic.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I'll do that.
We'll check on that. Okay. So Chief Armageddon, did you want to give us some information about this so far, where we're at?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again, Mark Armageddon, Chief of Liquor Enforcement and Licensing. First of all, Kevin, literally, I hate to say, stole a lot of what I was going to say. One thing that I think those of you that have been around and heard me testify, not only at this job, but at my state police position prior to this, my platform has always been community safety and keeping your community safe. The pairing of food requirement and alcohol has always been nationwide, has been a industry standard. Does the dollar amount move? Yeah, the dollar amount does move, and that requirement moves a little bit. But the standard of having food with, whether we're talking restaurant or cocktail lounge, or a combination license such as this, that food requirement is literally about keeping your community safe and offsetting the consumption of alcohol with a solid, with food. And there was a statement made about compliance earlier. Representative Ammon, was that you? As far as holding licensees accountable, I know you and I have been trying to.
Your inventories, how do you do your audits?
Okay.
Yeah, I asked about enforcement.
Okay. I could tell you this. I don't know everybody's contact with liquor enforcement in previous administrations. I know Aidan Moore, former chief, can speak very well about his administration, but this administration is all about making sure that, number one, the licensee is educated and our consumers and our servers are educated. We're not coming in like the big bad wolf and hanging, for lack of a better term, hanging paper on everybody. Whether it's COVID times or any other times, it's literally just trying to get them into compliance, just again, with that overtone of safety. And that is it. Yeah, Aidan did a very good job talking about compliance. And we have auditors that actually, civilian auditors that go out, representatives. So we're not paying, we're being fiscally responsible and not paying the money of an investigator when a civilian auditor can go out and do the same job. And if there is an administrative action, I could tell you that administration is way down the road, because we give, I hate to give the answers to the test, but we give a wide berth here to those licensees. And everybody did a great job testifying. I just needed to say that. I know it's been a long day, but your questions have been awesome, and the testifying that has been going on. I've been sitting on the sidelines here listening. Everybody's taken a concerned effort in all the bills that have come before you, and I can't tell you how much I, as the head of this agency, appreciate that, because it's obvious it means something to all of you. Thank you. Unless there are any questions, I'll answer any questions.
So, Chief, I have a question, and I guess I should know this answer, but I don't know. It just kind of dawned on me, because I had forgotten that anything that is collected rooms and meals is not considered groceries. And if our public policy is that we really want people to be eating something, wouldn't it make sense for us to bring in, that if they did have sandwiches, pre-made sandwiches, and if they did have, the hot dogs and the burritos, I think I've had a burrito, that if they, wouldn't that be good that be considered part of a food? Because we certainly think that's good enough for restaurants, and restaurants. So I'm just playing devil's advocate here, but I'm not sure.
Could other foods replace that might better fulfill this action? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have there are 7, and I'm going to put myself on the spot, between cereals, dairy, meats, breads, snack foods, vegetables, fruits. Those are all part of, I think it's liquor rule 404, I'm going to say 2-ish, around there. But it actually stipulates out what those requirements are, those categories are that you need to have food in. But could that alter to the times? Absolutely. It's something that is easily consumable on the spot, really does fulfill that need. Probably, I would argue, more so than something you had to cook.
Exactly. exactly. And it was funny because when Representative Herbert says, well, what's the revenue loss? And I was thinking, well, rooms and meals. But if rooms and meals was never really included, food. But what's more important to me is I think the history is that at the time when we decided that we really did want to have beer, and it wasn't wine, it was just beer, and we didn't want to have packies. We didn't want to have somebody who solely sold beer. And so we made the decision that we would give it to the convenience stores. And then we had to define what was a convenience store. And at that time, that was, those were the IGAs, those little community IGAs, which I'm old enough to remember. I don't know. I think everybody here remembers IGAs, but that now when we really think about it, if we want to make the case that it's about food, we want them to eat something, we really would rather have them eating something that could eat right away rather than have to take it home and make it or bake it or whatever they have to do with which was what our food requirement is now.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Very good point.
You need to fix your sound. Your sound was crappy. Sorry.
Do I need to move closer?
Closer sounds better. Yeah, all of a sudden it was really staticky or something.
Some say I talk too much, so that might be a good thing.
No, I wouldn't have accused you of that. Okay, any other questions for Chief Armaganian? Seeing none, we thank you very much.
Thank you,
last
everybody.
but not least, Kate, I wanted you to be the icing on the cake, Kate, and feel free to tell us why you're opposed to everything else that you didn't testify for.
Yeah, I just signed in on bills that I didn't want to take the committee's time. I am testifying on bills that we feel strongly that we need to oppose, and House Bill 245 is one of them. Thank you, members of the committee. I'll be as brief as I can, and we'll try not to repeat because I know you've had a long day. We oppose this bill for many of the reasons that were cited today by the Liquor Commission and the Grocers Association. I think it's important to remember, and I appreciate the chief's history, and actually Representative Hunt, what he mentioned about the purpose of the current grocery requirement was really important to both public health and safety and community reputation, and ensure that communities aren't burdened by a proliferation of package stores that sells nothing but alcohol and tobacco products. So if this bill were to pass, our concern would be an increase of alcohol outlets and high alcohol outlet density, defined as a high concentration of retail alcohol outlets in a small area. It can be an environmental risk factors for excessive drinking. We also know it's associated with many social harms among neighborhoods in and around the alcohol outlet area, such as disorderly conduct, noise, violence, public nuisance. And we also know low-income minority communities often have a higher density of alcohol outlets than wealthier communities, and then therefore are kind of living within the disproportionate access and the harms that come out of that. So I think it's just really important to stress that as well too. We seek to improve racial health disparities among the marginalized groups, but also ensure that all Granite Staters are healthy now and into the future. And so we really look at this as an important component of public health, and we would ask the committee to ITL it.
Fair enough. Are there any questions from the committee?
I'm sorry, can I say one more thing, Representative Hunt?
Of course.
I did just want to definitely underscore what Representative Abel said too, as well as the concern around creating food deserts in some of these communities as well.
Fair enough. Okay, are there any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, we thank you all very much. Republicans will remind you that we have a caucus at 5:30, and we'll get to do this all over again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Speaking of this bill 245, it had the three supporters and 5 opposed, who were, I don't know, they're all mixed group and neutral. So with that, we'll close the public hearing and we'll talk to you all tomorrow. Take care.
Hey, Tom,
Yes.
a question.